Check 1 2, check 1 2, 1 2, check 1 2, 1 2, check 1 2. 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 1 2, 1 2, check 1 2.
Testing, 1, 2. Good morning, everyone. Bonjour tout le monde. There is a quorum in the room. I'll ask you to take your seats so we can get started. Rock and roll. There we go. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to this special committee meeting of the Community and Protective Services Committee. We'll start with declarations of interest. Seeing none, this is a special meeting with one agenda item, regulating vehicles for hire in the City of Ottawa, taxis, limousines, and private transportation companies. Before we start, I just wanted to offer some opening remarks. I'd like to thank everyone for taking the time to come out today and taking part in this very momentous process. The City of Ottawa is leading the way across Canada in modernizing our vehicle for hire industry. This is not an issue that anyone in this room takes lightly, as it has an impact on stakeholders and residents alike. Last week, the staff recommendations to modernize the taxi and limousine industry were introduced. As you know, these recommendations came after months of consultation with the public, a series of discussion papers covering every angle of this industry, and an immense amount of work, hard work, from our city staff. We saw throughout this process that the public overwhelmingly wants new options in vehicle for hires in Ottawa, and I want to reiterate that this report and these recommendations are intended to serve our residents. What we heard at a very high level last week is staff's recommendation to create a new category for companies to operate legally on a more private level while protecting our traditional taxi industry as part of our public transportation network. Throughout today, it is important to remember that PTCs come with a buyer beware warning for issues such as cost and customer service. But I also want to make it abundantly clear that the city's intention is not to compromise on our core principles of public safety, consumer protection, and accessibility through these recommendations. We know that many customers already feel safe in PTCs, but we will ensure that the standard for public safety across the vehicle classes are high, while also introducing an element of choice. We will require every driver, whether PTC or taxi, to undergo the same criminal background check, and we will continue to protect and enforce this standard. Consumers in our city will continue to be protected no matter what form of transportation they choose, by knowing they're getting into a car that has proper insurance and that has been inspected by a city mechanic. And we have zero intention of slipping backwards when it comes to accessible options in this city. We currently have one of the best accessible fleets in Canada, if not the best, and we will continue to protect this by continuing to release only accessible plates and by expanding our service through an accessibility levy collected from the PTCs. Over the last several days, we have had extensive conversations with stakeholders and have continued to receive a flood of public comments on this issue. We have heard what is liked in this report, and we have heard what is causing concern for this industry. Staff have worked tremendously hard to incorporate the changes that are feasible, and we will see today a number of motions that aim to increase our commitment to serving the public and maintaining our core principles. At the end of the day, it is important to remember that it is the committee's job, it is council's job, to understand that the city's role is to be the regulator for the vehicle for hire industry. The city has no role to play outside of that. Now, before I turn the floor over to Acting General Manager DeMonte, I want to quickly go over some housekeeping issues for today. Again, I want to thank all of the interested stakeholders and members of the public who have taken the time to be here. We do know how very important the decisions we make are for all of you. If we go over capacity for the council chambers, which it appears we have already done, we have set up Jean Piggott Hall just outside to accommodate any individuals who are not able to access council chambers. There is seating as well as speakers broadcasting audio of the committee meeting. We ask that priority seating within the council chambers be given to those who are making a presentation to the committee. They will have stickers. We are in for a very long day, but one that I believe we can get through respectfully, productively, and thoughtfully. As it stands, at last count, we have 85 public delegations currently registered to speak. If you haven't registered yet, you can do so by putting your name on the list located at the table at the main entrance. I would like to remind everyone that you will have 5 minutes to address the committee, and given the large number, I will hold you to within that time period. Understanding that this is a very complex report, if you have signed up with a group, I am willing to be lenient in how your group divides your time. What I will ask is that public delegates please bring new ideas and not repeat the same point. We are here to listen respectfully to all perspectives on this issue. We will hear things that we may agree with. We will hear things we may disagree with. We also may hear requests for us to take actions that are not within our role as municipal government. Just because we cannot take action on some of these matters does not mean we're not listening. We are here to listen to you. That said, disruptive behavior will not be tolerated in the council chambers, and anyone disturbing the gallery and the work of this committee will be asked to leave. If we get to a point where I feel we are not able to listen respectfully, I may call a short recess, but I sincerely hope it will not come to that. For my colleagues, the 10 members of this committee need to be mindful of quorum and to ensure that there are always 5 of you at or near the table. If you need a break, please let me know or a member of the clerk's staff know, and we can take a short recess. Members should also be prepared to stay well into the evening today. In the interest of ensuring that all members of the public who wish to address the committee today can be heard, we will not be taking a lunch break. We should also be judicious in our questions to the public delegations. First off, we will receive a presentation from staff. Staff will give a brief overview of the report recommendations as well as an update on any new information or issues that have come up since the report was released last week. We will not have questions of staff at that point. Members may ask questions of the delegations on their presentations, but I ask that you hold all questions to staff arising from the delegations until after all of the delegations have spoken, although you may let staff know that you will be asking them a follow-up question later. If I believe there is a misunderstanding on some specific point, I may ask staff to clarify. I also want to remind all of my colleagues and presenters that we do not engage in debate with delegations. If I have a sense that there is a debate disguised as a question, I will ask you to rephrase. After all delegations are completed, we will move on to questions to staff and any motions for consideration by the committee. We may decide through the course of today that we recess following public delegation to allow the clerk staff to order and review motions and to develop a roadmap for our consideration as we do at the budget process. If you are not a member of the committee but wish to move a motion, Vice Chair Brockington has agreed to move the motions on your behalf in order to get them on the floor for discussion. If you have not done so already, please submit your motions to the clerk's office as soon as possible. They need to check them for implementability and order them correctly. With that, I will turn the presentation over to Mr. DeMonte.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Membres du comité, membres du Conseil.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the Council, members of the committee. Good morning.
many of you individually, but I do want to highlight for the public present the recommendations before you that are based on the principles approved by City Council last May. As regulator, the city, as you've indicated, Chair, has no role to play in the collective bargaining or other labor relations or legal issues between the industry and their drivers. And so the work that we've done took that into account. Our focus was to develop the framework Council requested based on third-party evidence, best practices, and a thorough stakeholder and public consultation process. Also, we've been working very closely with the City of Toronto, whose report is scheduled to be released today, quite soon, in recognition of new emerging technologies as well. These emerging technologies have created new opportunities that will help enhance competition and foster innovation. This quote from the Federal Commissioner of Competition regarding how to regulate the vehicle for hire industry is consistent with the advice provided by other independent studies on this matter, and we believe that staff's recommended framework conforms to their best advice. Since the release of the report last Thursday, staff have been meeting with many major stakeholders, members of this committee and other councillors to seek feedback and provide clarification on the recommendations in staff's report and the proposed new regulatory framework. I'd like to take a little bit of time here to talk about some of these stakeholder meetings and comments, and in particular the first three bullets that solicited quite a bit of questions from staff, and I believe are important to take a moment to discuss. The main areas that required further clarification highlighted on the slide included the accessibility. With respect to accessibility, as the committee is aware, one of the three main guiding principles that staff focused on in ensuring that we have a quality public transportation service in the City of Ottawa, and that the city has come a long way since amalgamation on improving and providing accessible transportation service in our city. As you stated, Chair, in fact, we have one of the best accessible taxi service in North America and the highest percentage of accessible vehicles in our taxi fleet across Canada. Since amalgamation, the city has brought on 187 accessible taxi cabs. It is recognized how hard we have worked in collaboration with the taxi industry to build such a good program, which is recognized as one of the best in this country. The recommendations before you will continue to build on this success and not only sustain the current program, but provide additional opportunities to enhance and improvement. As a point of clarity, we want to ensure the following will continue. First, that the accessible taxi cab training will continue to be a requirement for all taxi drivers before they can get a license. There was some ambiguity in the reporting following our first technical briefing on this. Secondly, that all new taxi cab plates being issued in the future will continue to be accessible, and if Committee and Council approves the recommendations before you following your deliberations, we would be in a position to issue 4 new plates. Third, the taxi industry will have the exclusivity of providing this important service to ensure quality and integrity of this program. And fourth, staff is also proposing to negotiate a voluntary levy that will support accessible service from the TNCs. Further, we are seeking enabling legislation from the province to charge this levy. The second element, enforcement, also generated several questions of clarity. With respect to the enforcement, there have been some questions regarding the proposed regulations. I want to emphasize that staff are confident that these regulations can and will be enforced to ensure public safety. A reminder again that there will be a requirement for adequate insurance, driver screening, and police record checks and vehicle safety checks for all categories. Also, it is being proposed that bylaw services will have access to know when private transportation company drivers are in service, to ensure they are meeting the requirements of the bylaw. Additional resources will be deployed to undertake proactive audits to ensure compliance, and failure to comply with any regulations of any category can result in fines of up to $100,000. And finally, the area that generated as well significant questions in our stakeholder consultation and consultation with members that I want to touch upon on this slide are cameras. With respect to the cameras, there has been lots of discussion about the requirement for cameras in all vehicle of category hires. However, due to the anonymity of the taxi service model, where the driver does not know the passenger and the passenger does not know the driver, where cash transactions occur, we continue to recommend cameras for the taxi industry. For private transportation companies, it is different in that the ride is prearranged with the customer. The customer also receives a picture which identifies the driver, as well as the make and model or license plate of the vehicle, and no cash is exchanged in this model. Worthy of note, in the limousine category, they have been operating under a similar model, and there have been no issues to date with respect to driver or passenger behavior conduct. As indicated, members have asked staff to prepare a number of motions to address stakeholder concerns that we believe are consistent with the proposed report, and we've worked closely with you to have that available today during your deliberations. Ceci inclut accorder suffisamment de temps pour préparer la mise en œuvre.
Take the time necessary to read these new rules, and we want to put it all into effect in 30 September this year, asking Revenue Canada to look at the various necessary things to do in order to make harmonized taxes. We're going to get from 10.5 cents to 11 cents for each trip for private transport. And we want to have an accessibility tax and management. We have to supervise that these rules are administratively applied.
We look forward to assisting committee in their important deliberation and consideration of staff's proposals before you, and we would be pleased to provide any further input or guidance to any member present today. Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur Demonte. Thank you very much. We're going to move directly to public delegations. We'll start with Chris Schaefer, Public Policy Manager, Uber Canada. And Mr. Schaefer, I don't know where he is. You come over to the table over here. Have to depress the button. And while Mr. Schaefer is getting ready, I'll just tell the next person who's going to speak after Mr. Schaefer, so perhaps they can make their way to the table just so we can keep things rolling smoothly. So the next person will be Joel Harden, Contract Instructor, Department of Law and Legal Studies at Carleton University. So good morning, Mr. Schaefer. You have 5 minutes to address the committee. Please go ahead.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the committee and council. As you know, my name is Chris Schaefer. I'm Public Policy Manager with Uber Canada. I want to thank you, city staff, council, and KPMG for the significant work that went into building a regulatory framework that recognizes new technologies and sharing economy business models that are in fact here to stay, all the while making the necessary changes required to enable taxis to adjust and remain competitive in an ever-changing ground transportation industry. The staff report, I think, strikes a good balance, and Uber is supportive of the recommendations it makes. The staff report, I think, sends a clear message that tech and innovation, including ride-sharing, have a home in Ottawa today. Uber was founded on a simple dream. What if? What if you could push a button and a car would come to you? The magic of the Uber platform is when you get to experience that for yourself. Ottawa Uber riders love the Uber experience for several reasons. Reliable service when you need it. Cashless transactions that are affordable. Safety features built into the app, like the Share Your Location feature that allows you, during a ride, to share trip details and GPS routing with a loved one. They also love the fast and helpful customer service and support. On the other hand, Uber drivers love the Uber experience for several reasons as well. Most drivers have other jobs and use Uber to supplement their income by driving less than 10 hours a week towards a goal such as a family vacation rather than a staycation. They choose when they drive, for how long they drive, and where they drive. They can tend to childcare responsibilities, invest in their education, or work another job, again, driving only when they need to or want to. For these reasons, I think it's pretty clear why Ottawans love their Uber. Public opinion polls point to significant support for ride-sharing here in Ottawa. But it's important we get the regulations right. Yes, regulations for core pillars such as public safety, consumer protection, and accessibility are absolutely crucial. However, one too many seemingly innocuous pieces of regulatory red tape that don't serve to enhance a core pillar such as public safety risk putting ride-sharing on life support. It also risks, frankly, what is possible. UberX, the peer-to-peer ride-sharing service that the bylaw seeks to regulate today, is the backbone of future innovation on which the Uber platform will run. Without UberX, there is no Uber Eats, on-demand food delivery that co-owner of North and Navy, Chris Slazak, could use to grow his takeout business right here in Ottawa today. Without UberX, there is no Uber Rush, on-demand product delivery that Shopify's COO, Harley Finkelstein, could rely on for his customers to get product to market here in Ottawa today. Without UberX, those regulations aren't right. There is no Uber Pool, on-demand carpooling that each one of us today could use to reduce our impact on the environment and to lower our impact on traffic congestion today in the city of Ottawa. In conclusion, Uber is excited and committed to a future in Ottawa within a newly created regulatory framework and looks forward to continuing to serve the residents and citizens of Ottawa, create jobs, and improve the way in which residents move about their city. Internationally, 70-plus jurisdictions have passed smart ride-sharing regulations, including most recently here at home in Edmonton. And as we move forward, we are excited to continue to reinvent transportation here in Ottawa, working closely with you, city staff, our drivers, and riders. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Schaefer. Don't go away. There are numerous questions for you, starting with Councillor Egley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So let me start off by saying the app itself is not an issue, I don't think. However, Uber's business model and practices are what concern me. So I have some questions around that for you, Mr. Schaefer. We met on Friday in my office, and I asked you at that point whether Uber was prepared, in light of the fact that you are operating illegally in the city, to cease operations until the bylaw is passed and enforced. You told me discussions were happening at the highest level in that regard. So I'm asking you the question again today. Now you've had the weekend to have those discussions, more than the weekend. Is Uber prepared to cease operations until they can operate legally in the city?
For your question, Councillor. Those conversations are ongoing. What we're focused on is understanding the regulations before us, working as we have with city staff, and meeting with a number of folks on council and committee to understand the bylaw, to express our support for that bylaw, to express our intention to be governed by the regulatory structures and requirements put in to a bylaw that is before us today. Those conversations continue, and I look forward to more of that at committee today and then council next week.
So the short answer is no.
Those conversations, Councillor, through you, Madam Chair, are continuing, and we look forward to operating in a regulated environment that this bylaw would provide.
So you provided us a document this morning. I just want to go through some of those areas. You talked about driver training and why you don't support driver training through the Algonquin program, for example. You refer to partner support centers for Ottawa drivers. What's the closest partner support center for an Ottawa driver?
So we have, through you, Madam Chair, we have various partner sports centers. We have one in Ottawa. In Toronto, we have a partner sports center. We have one in Mississauga, for example. The point or design of the partner support centers is to, while we're a tech company, and facilitate efficiently a lot of processes and procedures online, it is also very important for us to have a place, a regular place of business where Uber driver partners can come in person, speak to a employee of Uber, and have their issues, concerns, whatever the issue might be with the app one day if they're having trouble, make sure that they have that support on the ground in Ottawa. It's very important to us.
Now you talk about training is available, courses can be taken. Is any of this mandatory? Do you make your drivers do any formal training at all?
So to answer through you, Madam Chair, that question is a great question. So yes, we look at driver training slightly different. If we look at the KPMG report, what they found was the current Algonquin college training course is producing inferior outcomes and from a customer service point of view as compared to what the customer service outcomes were for Uber drivers. So Uber is excelling there without the current Algonquin college training course, and why is very important. Before a driver logs on an app on a particular day and gets behind the wheel, they know that they are being rated on a 5-star rating system. They know passengers have the ability to provide real-time feedback on their trip, monitored in real time, responded to in real time by Uber 24 hours a day. So they know that that is an incentive for better customer service. KPMG found that. We have training for our drivers, a whole host of videos and other material, Councillor. If you were to click the link I provided in the chart you referenced, it's there. We also,
Don't lose sight of the question. The question is any of this mandatory for your drivers? Not is it available, but is it mandatory, and do you make sure that they do it and keep a record of that?
Through you, Madam Chair, we make it available to our customer drivers where a rating would dip below an established threshold. We make further training through R3Z solutions available to those driver partners. If their rating continues to drop further and we have to suspend temporarily their access to the platform, there is mandatory training through our R3Z solutions to get them the training they need to boost the customer service outcome. What we're finding is...
So just so I can stop you, so even though your materials say remedial training is available, you're saying it's not just available, it's mandatory?
Once they have been temporarily deactivated, correct.
So not until they're suspended do they have to take training?
What I would, through you, Madam Chair, what we're finding, again, it's not me, it's KPMG that has reported this, is that even with that Algonquin college course that taxi drivers take,
I asked you a
it
simple
is
question.
producing inferior
You don't have to take training to Uber until you are suspended, yes or no?
Through you, Madam Chair, there is training available for all Uber driver partners on the platform.
Okay, we're not off to a stellar start this morning, so if we can all be respectful, that would be appreciated.
I appreciate that, Madam Chair. I'm just trying to get an answer to the question. I don't think I'm getting an answer to the question.
I don't know, Councillor. I thought he answered the question. He said it was voluntary until such time as they dip below a specific rating, and then it becomes mandatory to rejoin the platform.
So, no, and I take it it's not mandatory until you're actually suspended. I'll accept that answer. In terms of the cameras, you talk about one of the key distinctions is Uber trips are prearranged, and so that's a buffer, if you will, and a reason why you don't need the cameras. How is a prearranged trip through Uber different from me calling Blue Line or Airport and getting a specific driver dispatched to my address? So we know who I am, we know who the driver is, we know what the car is. How is that different, and why, therefore, do taxis have to have cameras and Uber doesn't?
Through you, Madam Chair, great question. The difference I would suggest is that there's no anonymity on the Uber platform. Uber will know the particular driver in a particular vehicle and the particular passenger in a particular vehicle on each trip. I could, in theory, call Blue Line in this example and say I am Chris Schaefer, but I could say I'm Steve Jones, and I am standing at the address of 500 Rideau Street. And that may be accurate, it may not. The rationale, as we know, for the existence of things like shields and cameras in cars, of taxi cars, is because taxis, when they street hail or pick up a passenger from a taxi stand or receive one on dispatch, potentially, on phone, they can't be guaranteed that they know the identity of the person getting in the back of the vehicle. It makes it really unsafe for taxi drivers. What we do, on the other hand, is more akin to a limo in the sense that it's prearranged without limos having to have that requirement for a camera. In addition, we're always thinking as a tech company how we can incrementally improve safety on the platform. So, for example, there's a lack of anonymity, lack of cache. You can share your trip details, GPS routing, and other trip-related information with a loved one. When you get out of the vehicle, you have the opportunity to rate your driver and provide feedback. Again, that's responded to in real time by Uber. There is a host of those sorts of safety features in addition to the fact that the trip is prearranged, where I receive details of that driver, photo, make and model of the car, license plate. In addition, the driver receives my name, and nobody's anonymous in that transaction. I can also contact the driver by phone or text. The technology scrambles the phone number, so you don't have to worry about giving it out. All of these reasons, we feel, make Uber more akin to a limousine, but also, I would say, a limousine plus, in addition to all the tech that we've built into the platform to make it safe. And therefore, what KPMG and staff are recommending is no cameras in PTC vehicles.
And I appreciate the efforts that you're making in that regard. I guess one comment I make is you're going to do a lot more volume than a limo driver is going to do, first of all, in the service. Secondly, though, do you not see the sense or protection for both driver and passenger that if an incident occurs in the cab, even though I know you're Chris Schaefer and you know I'm Keith Eglai, if an incident occurs in the cab, that there is a video record. So if Chris says this happened and Keith said that happened, the police or whatever governing body can look at the video and say, well, this is actually what happened because we have video evidence. Do you not see an advantage to that?
Through you, Madam Chair, it's important to point out a couple things about, again, in which the way the Uber platform works. If there is an allegation of wrongdoing inside an UberX vehicle, that is sometimes provided to us by people leaving comments in the app. It's also sometimes provided to us by people calling the police. Now, Uber has technology that machine learns, and the human eye can only read so fast. We have 24-hour customer service and emergency response teams that monitor that traffic. Machine learning will also push up more serious issues related to us on the in-writing, in-app feedback mechanism so that those issues can be addressed very quickly. In addition, we have the ability of once upon receipt of a concerning incident potentially in a car or by the police notifying us of a potential incident, we routinely deactivate the driver's account so they can no longer accept trip requests. And then we have teams that work and reach out to the driver and the rider. In addition, law enforcement teams that reach out to police with respect to production orders. And as a tech company, we retain a lot of data on the trip securely, but we can make provided to police authorities to help them with their investigation. Bottom line, this is more akin to a limo that has been operating for decades in the city under its current bylaw without cameras and is in line, my position here, with KPMG staff report, the Mars report, and the staff report.
Again, I'm not sure I got an answer to my question, but I've heard what you had to say. How does this emergency response team? Do you have rolling vehicles going through the city? If I'm in an Uber car, how do I access them if I feel that I'm in danger? And what happens should I access them? How quickly will I get a response?
Through you, Madam Chair, first thing we always encourage, of course, is for people to contact 911. That is the first and best route of airing grievances. However, we do receive from time to time people leaving, of course, our robust in-app written feedback response mechanism, monitored 24 hours a day, 7 days a week by Uber employees. When we receive a written item that suggests something untoward happened in an Uber vehicle, as I mentioned, we routinely deactivate the driver's account so they can no longer, during the process of investigation, accept ride requests. Then we have teams that reach out to drivers and riders to assist both of them. We have law enforcement liaison teams that reach out to law enforcement to assist with the investigation. All of those processes, as a company doing the volume of trips globally, as you can imagine, we do, and they're in the millions. We have quite robust procedures and have, in fact, deployed them in Ottawa when allegations rarely, but from time to time, are made in-app or through the police.
So you don't really have an emergency response team. You don't have a panic button sort of thing. If I can send a text to Uber, someone will read the text and then decide whether to deploy your liaison to the police. Is essentially what you're saying.
Through you, Madam Chair, we have mechanisms for that, but what I would suggest is, what is the mechanism currently if you're in the back of a taxi? So as a customer, the challenge for me, and I routinely take taxis because I don't own a vehicle, car sharing, bike sharing, ride sharing has enabled me to live car-free, I think to the benefit of cities and the environment. When I'm in the back of a taxi, the challenge for me is, I don't know who that driver is. I'd have to read the card that's on the dashboard in the Ottawa Blue Line taxi. I might have to get close to be able to read it. I'm not going to remember in the heat of an emergency or an allegation being made to snap a photo of that license when I get out of the vehicle to stop and record the number on the side of the car. In an Uber vehicle, all of that information, the driver's name, photo, make and model, license plate, is provided to me as a customer. I have that. It's easily retrievable. Uber knows when passengers are in those cars and has sophisticated data retention processes to make sure that we have the information necessary for cooperation, when required, with police authorities to get them the information they need.
Okay, thank you. On insurance, I wasn't quite clear. You had two documents and they said different things. One, first of all, you're saying that Uber will not use the Aviva FCO approved product? You weren't clear on that.
Through you, Madam Chair, I'm a fan, and Uber is a fan of competition in the insurance industry. What we're seeing right now is a rapid maturation of the ride-sharing insurance market. We've seen this happen in the United States. As much as governments are adapting and catching up to changing consumer habits in the form of ride-sharing and adjusting regulations, the conversation we're having today, insurance industries in the U.S. first, Allstate, the big players, have introduced ride-sharing insurance products. Right now in Ontario, Aviva's insurance product, which is slightly different than the way in which the Intact financial insurance product, the proposed product, would be operational. Aviva has been approved by FSCO, the Financial Services Commission of Ontario, to offer ride-sharing insurance. The Intact financial program, we are confident based on the conversations we have and are hopeful that that will receive fiscal approval in short order. So to answer your question, Uber has been working very closely with Intact Financial, Canada's largest home and auto insurer in Canada, to produce a ride-sharing insurance product that is geared specifically to meet the needs of the Uber driver populations across Canada that are using this, a majority of them for less than 10, many less than 5 hours a week.
So I'm going to interpret your answer again because it wasn't clear. I think what you're saying is you will not use the government-approved policy. You prefer to go with Intact.
Through you, Madam Chair, our preference is for an Intact financial insurance program. We are hopeful that that product will be approved in short order, likely before the bylaw here comes into enforce, and we'd be happy to work with that. But what I suspect will happen over the next year is Fisco and other insurance companies working together to produce different products for different needs. The way the Intact financial program works is, unlike the Aviva program, which limits drivers to less than you can't get the Aviva insurance if you're a driver that only has less than 6 years of Ontario driving experience. If you want to drive more than 20 hours a week on the Uber platform, for those drivers that choose to do that, the Aviva product won't work for them. However, the Intact financial program, once a driver applies to a PTC, Uber, Lyft, Rideco, Blank Ride, whichever company they happen to apply through, and if they get through all the necessary background checks, vehicle inspections as required by the bylaw, once they're an Uber driver partner, Intact Financial Insurance's proposed insurance program will act as an umbrella and cover those folks without any need for them to contact their insurance company. That's another unique difference that is actually, I would argue, beneficial to that regime.
So what happens June 30th if Intact is not approved and the product on the market is Aviva and you want to operate according to the bylaw in Ottawa? What are you going to do?
So those, through you, Madam Chair, those drivers, based on what products are Fisco approved, by that point there would be a requirement for them to use a Fisco approved insurance product.
Okay. On your vehicle inspection piece, back on the insurance. So there's two versions of your document that you provide us today. One seems to suggest you're okay with $5 million insurance. The other one seems to suggest you don't want to go above $2 million. So which is it?
So just to be clear through you, Madam Chair, we have spent a lot of time with Intact Financial, who are the experts in the insurance industry, and they've pointed out a number of things to us, and I can point out 3 or 4 of them. The Ministry of Finance and Fisco are comfortable with a $2 million non-owned auto insurance and are far closer to insurance industry trends to make that declaration. $2 million non-owned automobile insurance aligns, frankly, with other municipalities in Ontario currently. $2 million of non-owned automobile insurance in Ottawa is the limit today, subject to the bylaw, and there is no proven need that I'm aware of to increase that limit. Definitely no need from Intact Financial's point of view. Intact Financial, the largest insurer in this space in Canada, is not seeing automobile third-party liability claims severity trends, which would lead them to believe that a $2 million limit is low and close to being exhausted. Lastly, Intact Financial see high claim trends in accident benefits, but this is a no-fault coverage with limits dictated by law. So for all those reasons, Intact Financial, as I understand, have made those same positions, or at least have outlined them and shared them with the City of Ottawa as we work through this process of what the bylaw will look like. Bottom line, ultimately we will comply with whatever the bylaw requires. What Intact Financial is suggesting is perhaps a rethinking of specifically the amount around the non-owned auto insurance part of it.
But for the record, if we come back and say it's $5 million, Uber will comply with the $5 million.
Through you, Madam Chair, correct.
Okay. Vehicle inspections, you say you have a 26-point vehicle inspection program. But isn't it correct that that 26-point vehicle inspection program doesn't meet MTO standards?
Through you, Madam Chair, our current 26-point vehicle inspection by certified mechanics in the City of Ottawa is not a MTO certified process. It's not an MTO safety standards certificate. In that regard, Councillor, you are correct. We think, and from our experience doing millions of trips, over a million trips a month in the province of Ontario alone, that our current vehicle inspection requirement outside of a regulatory framework is one that is not only affordable for folks that are only looking to do this 3 or 4 hours a week, many that have lost a job and can't afford onerous regulatory costs just to partner in the sharing economy. We are confident that our current vehicle inspection process is robust. With that said, if it's the will of staff and committee and council for a safety standard certificate to be part of the future requirements for ride sharing in the City of Ottawa, we will comply.
Let's assume that it is. What's your plan to get all your vehicles properly certified before the end of June?
Good question. Through you, Madam Chair. Good question, Councillor. There is some discussion I saw in the comments provided by staff before I got up here this morning to speak around a possible extension of a bylaw coming into force. So I would imagine that might provide some flexibility in order to have folks go out and get the necessary checks required.
So you're relying on so you're saying you couldn't get it done by June 30th if that was the date, and that you need an extension? I'm just trying to figure out where you are on the timeline.
Through you, Madam Chair, I'm going solely on the new information I received this morning about a possible bylaw extension that was put on the screen. I think that provides not only, it's not just simply about Uber, it's about the other companies in the sphere. Rideco is a local Kitchener-Waterloo company. Blank Ride is a local Ontario company. All of these companies in the sphere would need time to adjust from models that we think and from practice and from our data show us are robust in and of themselves. However, an extension of a timeline would provide flexibility for driver partners across platforms, but also taxi, frankly, that may need some time to adjust their own practices to meet the new requirements required.
So based on your experience, how much do you think we have to extend it in order to get your drivers and your cars in order with the proposed bylaw?
Through you, Madam Chair, I think what I saw recommended on the screen this morning seems reasonable to me.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you, Councillor. That took about half an hour. We have 7 more members of Council that would like to ask Mr. Schaefer questions, and we're now at 100 delegations, so I don't know how your math is, but we're going to be here a long time if we keep this pace. So our next speaker is Councillor Brockington.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning, Mr. Schaefer. Thank you for your presentation. When did Uber begin operations in Ottawa?
Through you, Madam Chair, in Ottawa, about a year and a bit ago. In Canada, just over 4 years ago. It's a slightly older than 5-year-old company, started in San Francisco.
My understanding was about October 2014. Does that sound familiar in Ottawa?
Through you, Madam Chair, that sounds correct.
Can you describe the process that was undertaken to seek permission to operate in Ottawa and seek the proper regulations and to follow the law here? What did Uber do?
Through you, Madam Chair, thank you for your question, Councillor. So as part of my role as Public Policy Manager, I spend a lot of time with you, Councillor, but also all councillors here. I spend a lot of time with city staff, Ms. Jones, Anthony DiMonte, Christine Hardig, talking about what regulations could look like in the City of Ottawa. That process has, from inception to now, this is all very new. Ride sharing is a new phenomenon when you've got the ability to embed GPS technology in a smartphone. All of that being relatively new in the last 5 years or so. So the need to have these sorts of conversations to get people to understand what it is we're trying to do in the sharing economy. Companies like Airbnb and others in that sphere are spending a lot of time, myself included, with councillors and city staff, but not only just here in Ottawa, municipalities across Ontario and at the provincial government, obviously to help them understand how their regulatory frameworks might be adjusted in the sharing economy as well. So that's, in a nutshell, Councillor, what has transpired.
It's my understanding, though, there was a conversation between Uber representatives and senior City of Ottawa officials back in 2014. The content, I'm not exactly sure. I wasn't part of that. I wasn't even on council. But it's my understanding you were asked not to operate, to at least follow the laws and regulations of the city, and Uber chose not to. So I just wanted to confirm that today. With whatever is passed by City Council later this month, Mr. Schaefer, will Uber comply with the total package of regulations and stipulations that City Council ultimately endorses?
Through you, Madam Chair, it is our full intention to satisfy all requirements spelled out in the bylaw before us as it is passed by committee and then council.
Can you describe for me your recruitment? How do you acquire drivers?
Sure. Through you, Madam Chair, a variety of means through social media is one avenue that reaches a lot of people, as you can imagine. And word of mouth, frankly, when people get in a Uber vehicle, there's that exchange, very colloquial, friendly exchange. There's word of mouth, there is social media. People then come to Uber, and that process begins.
From the time a prospective driver is known to when he or she is on the road, what's the average period?
Through you, Madam Chair, if a potential or if an applicant has all their documentation in order, I'm talking here about, identification, like birth certificate, driver's license, passport perhaps, they have all the necessary documentation in order, we could be looking at a rather efficient process. As you can imagine, as a tech company, we're quite good at streamlining and being very efficient. We know that each additional requirement that we impose, of course we do from a safety perspective, those are absolutely crucial, but it's important for us to get them through that process fairly efficiently. It can be done in about a week or two.
I think it's fair to say that we all want efficiency, but we have the same type of regulations that we expect of our taxi drivers that they must abide by, and so there should be a fair assumption that the same type of requirements be on Uber drivers as well. So my colleague had a number of questions about the training, and if your intent is to get someone on the road as quick as possible, then how can members of the public be assured that they've had sufficient customer service training, that your drivers have had accessibility training, that they have gone through sexual harassment or verbal harassment training, that they have sufficient English language skills training, that they have a knowledge of Ottawa's streets and geography? How can you assure the people of Ottawa that your drivers have sufficient training? Because it's clear to me that they don't.
Through you, Madam Chair, I respectfully disagree with you, Councillor. What I can tell you is this. The KPMG report found that Uber is outperforming taxi on every measure of customer service that they measured on. And that is without that Algonquin driver training college course. So the question could be, why would you subject UberX driver partners that are only desiring to do this, many of them for a few hours a week, they'd have to take vacation time from their otherwise full-time job to go down to Algonquin College and sit in a classroom to study destination maps and tourist sites when GPS technology can bring them there today, and spend 3 hours to come out of a training course that we know already from what KPMG experts studied is producing inferior customer service outcomes. What we rely on is upfront, online, tutorial-based training on a whole host of issues, how to use the app, accessibility, and all those other key issues you've identified, Councillor. We have remedial training available to them. We have mandatory training available to them. We have in-app feedback that people can rate their driver, and they know that before they get behind the wheel that they're being rated, so there's a strong incentive to provide quality care and customer service. And they know that there is the option that people have, and we know about 20% of people on a weekly basis in Ottawa exercise that option. That's, tens of thousands of messages Uber is receiving and analyzing. And then what we do on a weekly basis is take all of that data about customer service and anonymize it, but categorize it for the driver partners so they can see real-time weekly feedback. So what we think about training is not spend 3 weeks in a classroom once in your life. It's about ongoing, regular feedback, regular training to enhance customer service. And the citizens of Ottawa, by the very nature of the number of rides they're taking on a daily and weekly basis, are telling council members that this is a better customer service product in their eyes, and the data from KPMG is confirming that.
Can you indicate if any crimes have ever been committed in an Uber car?
Through you, Madam Chair.
Anywhere in the Uber municipalities where Uber exists? Because I assume there are no Uber cars anywhere that have cameras. Is that correct?
Through you, Madam Chair, you're correct, Councillor, that regulations passed in 70-plus jurisdictions, many at the state and city level in the United States, several internationally as well, have not made the requirement for in-vehicle cameras for PTCs or TNCs like Uber and Lyft and other companies, for all the reasons we've already explored today. There have been allegations, of course, of wrongdoing in a Uber vehicle, either passenger to driver or driver to passenger. As I explained, when those allegations come to light, we automatically deactivate that driver's account so they can no longer accept ride requests, because there's an investigation. We don't know at that point if the allegation is true or false. We take that precaution to deactivate the access to the account, both on the rider and driver side. We have teams that work for customer service to assist those people in that period of time. We have an emergency response team that reaches out to law enforcement to get them all the information, production orders, etc., that they need in order to investigate the allegation made. And if, in fact, the allegation is found to be true in a court of law, we have a zero-tolerance criminal background check process, so nobody that has a criminal record at any point in their life will gain access to the Uber platform, and if they are to obtain this conviction, would not gain access to the Uber platform going forward.
You had indicated in your opening remarks that Uber drivers love Uber, but I've heard from you as well that the average tenure of an Uber driver is about 4 months. Is that correct?
Through you, Madam Chair, the average tenure or churn that we use in the industry is about 4 months, and I can tell you why. It's important to understand it's a different business model than the traditional taxi industry that we're all quite familiar with. People, when they come to a ride-sharing company, don't come to it with the anticipation, majority of them, don't come with the anticipation that they are going to do this for the next 20, 30, 40 years of their life. They're coming as a means to supplement their income around a schedule that works for them. So maybe they're saving for a vacation, or saving, a student that's saving to pay down their growing tuition costs, and after they've completed that, they are free to not associate with the platform anymore because they've achieved what they were coming on the platform to achieve. Many, we find, like it and stay longer, but some that achieve the objective. I get a regular Ottawa Uber driver, and just give you one more example, and we'll continue. He's a senior citizen on fixed income. He drives between the hours of, I'd say, 5 to 9 a.m., and I ask him, why do you drive? And he says, look, I don't need the money. I'm on a fixed income, but I like to play golf. And my wife says, I can only play golf if I save the money myself. And at his age, it's hard for him to go out and get a job at his age. So Uber has allowed him the possibility to work a few hours a week to earn fees to play golf in the summer. That for him is the objective. Once he's achieved that objective, he doesn't drive on Uber until the next year. So it's complete flexibility that's freeing people up to use the platform to meet their goals.
One of the major challenges I see for your company is you're a new product. You've entered here against staff advice. You're illegally operating. You purposely undercut the market to acquire market share. You have a very high turnover rate, which is probably a huge problem for you. You've said you want to get new drivers on the road as soon as possible within 2 weeks, which to me seems quite unreasonable. And yet, any type of suggestion to improve the interior of the car for public safety, there's a roadblock there. Uber's reply is, we have our own independent analysis that says it's not needed, and yet I think the real reason is this is just an additional barrier of entry for your own employees, that is going to be something that will delay the possibility of getting them on the road. And so my major concern that I'd like us to air out is we can't risk public safety, and public safety needs to be at the forefront of what we're going to be debating over the next couple of days. And so I understand what I've heard you say over the last little while.
We have to just reinforce the rules now. There's no clapping in the chamber, so I'd appreciate if you...
So I just wanted to raise that because that's a major concern for myself.
Through you, Madam Chair, I'd like an opportunity to respond, if possible.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you. So, Councillor, safety is paramount. It always has been for Uber. This bylaw, as proposed, has got a number of public safety-related items for taxi and PTC that KPMG and city staff have diligently thought through. All of that will apply to PTC drivers and vehicles going forward, depending on what's voted on at committee and council. We are supportive of those, even in the absence of this bylaw. We have always required a federal criminal record check, a local police check, a motor vehicle reference check for tickable offenses. We have all the technological features in-app. We carry adequate and necessary insurance to make sure our product is safe on the roads of Ontario. We do mandatory certified 26-point vehicle inspections by certified mechanics. All of that before we've even begun the conversation we've been having in Ottawa today around what a possible bylaw for ride sharing and the taxi industry could look like in the future. So the only objection I would take, Councillor, with all due respect, is that we take public safety as paramount.
I appreciate that. A few minutes ago I asked you if you would respect the total package that's voted upon a few days from now by Council, and you said yes. And if Council believes there are public safety initiatives that need to be augmented as part of this total package, you've said that you are going to abide by those. And I will hold you and Uber to your words and your commitment that if Council agrees we need to make amendments today, you will abide by those. So I appreciate that commitment. My last line of questioning is about accessible cars. How many Uber cars, first of all, in total are on the road, and how many of those offer accessible services to the people of Ottawa?
Through you, Madam Chair. So I'm going to sort of step back to answer that question, and then I'll step forward to answer it more directly. So as a technology company, we're constantly looking to offer new products. We have various products that meet different consumer needs. So, for example, in many markets we have a product called Uber Family that has certified technicians install child seats. There's a product that if you're riding your bike and you want to return in a car because you're tired, we have bike racks in different markets. So we're always looking to innovate and provide consumers the product they need. With respect to the accessibility community and their specific needs, what we did in Toronto weekend, but this is really for Canada as a whole. We convened with OCAD, Inclusive Design Institute, a number of significant players in the accessibility community, and what we asked them was, if you could design products for Uber, what would they look like that would meet your specific needs? And bottom line, what they came back and told us was, we want UberX at UberX prices, at UberX reliability, with hydraulic lifts and ramps. So we took that advice back to our team, and we have offered 2 products in Canada to date, one of them currently in Ottawa. That first product is Uber Wave, wheelchair accessible vehicles, hydraulic lifts and ramps. In Toronto, we partner with taxis that have hydraulic lifts and ramps to provide that service. What we found was we could make it even better by partnering with Dignity Transportation. It's a third-party private provider. They're quite expensive naturally. We eat that cost difference to keep that product the same price as UberX, which is cheaper, as we know, than a price of a licensed taxi in Toronto and Ottawa. Another product we offer in Toronto and have also brought to Ottawa recently is a product called Uber Assist. I personally think about my grandfather who, knock on wood and thankfully, isn't in a wheelchair yet, but he has a cane and a walker depending on his condition on a particular day. He needs help getting from his door down the steps, across the lawn, into the car, and then out of the car, in the parking lot, to the front door of the bank. Think of it as door-to-door rather than curb-to-curb. Those two products are what we're hearing the accessibility community wants, and we desire to provide and are working very hard in coordination and collaboration with them to see those products come to market. One of them currently, Uber Assist in Ottawa right now.
So my question was, how many Uber cars are on the road right now, and how many right now offer accessible service?
Through you, Madam Chair, if by accessible service you mean hydraulic lift and ramp in the city of Ottawa, if that is what you mean, currently we do not offer the Uber Wave product in Ottawa. It's offered in Toronto. We have the Uber Assist door-to-door product offered in Ottawa. We would look to, like we do in all markets, bringing that product to Ottawa. The thinking here is, and we've had these conversations, you and I, Councillor, and others, is how you can facilitate the introduction of those products that benefit everybody, and that's something that I think is a productive conversation to have. So we have every intent to work with those folks to provide those services.
Thank you. Madam Chair, I've spoken for a while. I still have a number of questions, but I'd like you to go to the next on the list, and I'll come on after.
Thank you. Councillor Cloutier.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Thank you, Mr. Schaefer. My colleagues, Councillor Eglai and Councillor Brockington, asked a lot of the questions, but let me be as simple as possible. Mr. Schaefer, how would you characterize your company's compliance with current City of Ottawa bylaws?
Through you, Madam Chair, sorry, could you repeat the question? I just missed a portion of it. I didn't quite make it out.
How would you characterize your compliance with current City of Ottawa bylaws to date?
Through you, Madam Chair, we, in my role, work collaboratively with city staff, with council members, with KPMG to discuss our particular regulatory model and the ways in which the nature of the business models are different between taxi and ride sharing, in an effort to understand how regulations can be updated to embrace the sharing economy. We've had, as you know, a number of legal decisions in the province of Ontario and other jurisdictions, most recently in Ottawa, and the conclusion from those judicial decisions has been that ride-sharing operates in a sphere outside the current regulatory frameworks that are envisioned and provided for by cities like Ottawa. What the judges in those decisions have emphasized is the necessity of city council members and city councils across Ontario and Canada to take a look at their bylaws and update them for the ways in which technology and consumer behavior is functioning in the 21st century. So taking those laws and updating them to embrace and address what is happening currently in the ground transportation industry. But this applies, of course, more broadly to a whole host of other areas in which technology is constantly impacting the ways in which consumers engage in society, and there's a necessity to update those laws.
Okay. And here we are to update those laws, and the proposal is as of June 30th. And your answer was an interesting one, but it wasn't the answer to my question. Uber has, and Uber drivers have been charged by Ottawa bylaw and have pled guilty. Is that correct? That's just simple yes or no.
Through you, Madam Chair, my understanding is that some of those Uber driver partners that have received enforcement have pled guilty, is my understanding.
Has Uber paid those fines, or have the drivers paid those fines?
Through you, Madam Chair, Uber always stands behind its driver partners, so that has happened and will continue to happen, absolutely.
So Uber has paid those fines?
Through you, Madam Chair, I think I've answered that question. We stand behind our driver partners. We are in court with our driver partners. Many of them are here today, and we stand with them as well.
Okay. So my question again is, how would you characterize, not in the current process of updating the laws, which the economy has changed. The economy has changed for the music industry, the travel industry. How would you characterize Uber's compliance with current City of Ottawa bylaws, which we are all here to respect and enforce? How would you characterize it?
Through you, Madam Chair, I would characterize, I think, the nature of the discussions I've had with city staff, Ms. Jones included, and a number of you, probably all of you at this point, as productive conversations on the future of ground transportation. And I also applaud staff and City Council for taking a hard, difficult, challenging, and deep look at the future of regulations in this sphere, and to see what might be possible in the form of regulation that we know has been adopted by a growing number of jurisdictions internationally to regulate this sphere in a smart way.
Okay. I would characterize it as non-compliance. But how you answered Councillor Brockington's question of how will you comply post June 30th, and you said, and he said, I'll take you at your word, and your word was, it is our intention to comply. Is it only your intention to comply, or do we have any guarantees that there will be compliance or enforcement?
Through you, Madam Chair, I can't speak on behalf of the city and what they might do with respect to enforcement. If there are ride-sharing companies that were doing business in the City of Ottawa and not abiding by the bylaw as the city staff determines, there is the possibility that they will choose to enforce. And so I can't speak on their behalf. You'd have to ask them, but I'm pretty confident they would say they would enforce. And the bylaw, as I have read it, has some beefed up provisions for enforcement and some need to go to the province as well to petition them for some additions. And frankly, I've spent a lot of time with the province speaking to them as well about ways in which their laws at the provincial level can be updated and probably need to be updated to address what's happening in cities like Ottawa. So those are all productive conversations.
Again, Mr. Schaefer, with respect, it is an interesting answer to a question, but it is not the answer to my question.
Through you, Madam Chair, I think I've expressed our strong desire, our intention to comply with the bylaw as passed, if passed, I can't be presumptuous, by committee and council eventually, potentially, depending on the will of members here.
Then let me ask you, what are your intentions if we do not pass a bylaw, if it is simply we stay status quo? What are your intentions?
Through you, Madam Chair, that is a hypothetical, so I would take the opportunity with our team to examine the decisions made by committee and eventually council, and those are decisions that obviously as a company and myself spend a lot of time on what a future could look like, what future we could all embrace for the benefit of the citizens that we all know, want, use, and work on that platform, on the Uber platform in Ottawa.
And I'll just wrap up, Madam Chair. Then I'll return to Councillor Eglai's question, and you've had a lot of time to discuss that. What is your intention in compliance between now and June 30th?
Through you, Madam Chair. So as we've discussed already, there is the need to take the time to understand what committee and council might choose to pass and how that might impact. the business.
Bylaws now, and I know we should not debate, Madam Chair, but my question is, current bylaws that are in effect, the earliest possible change is June 30th, evidence the current report. That's when the bylaw would change. Right now.
Through you, Madam Chair, right now I'm focused on these conversations about what a future bylaw could look like that embraces change, technology, innovation. That's where our efforts are frankly focused. Hypothetical conversations about what might transpire, I'm more focused on today and ensuring that the City of Ottawa and the citizens that use and love ride-sharing services and the drivers that depend on it to supplement their income can continue to do so.
Thank you, Mr. Schaefer. The current bylaw is not a hypothetical situation. The current environment is not, regulatory environment is not a hypothetical situation. And that was not a question. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Cloutier. Thank you, Councillor Cloutier. I just want to remind members of the committee and council that if a question has been asked, please don't ask it again because we have a long day. Councillor Tierney.
Great. Thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, thank you for coming out today. Chris, I'm over here. First of all, I had a couple of questions related to, where people work and live. As you know, our great cab drivers out work for Blue Line and the associated cab companies, primarily they all live in Ontario. It's Ontario plates, and as much as we can't control the people that work within our own city, they can come from over on the Quebec side, and apparently we allow our own city vehicles to drive out of the City of Ottawa. This is the one thing we actually have a bit of control on. Do you have the ability to ensure that people are working on this side of the border here in Ontario, where they pay taxes, where hopefully it's in Ottawa?
Through you, Madam Chair, a large number, obviously, of our driver partners live, work in the City of Ottawa. They're as much members of the community as all of us. The bulk of the money they earn on the platform they earn in pockets that reside in Ottawa that they then use in the local economy to feed the local economy. Where we're having very interesting discussions, to be very frank, is at the provincial level in ways in which intra and intercity mobility can be enhanced through proper regulatory refinement at the provincial level to enable ways in which consumers are consuming ground transportation in 2016. So those are, I think, very dynamic conversations. We've heard the Premier of Ontario as recently as today in news reports say that they are actively, as they have said in the past, examining regulatory issues and requirements potentially for the sharing economy writ large and envisioning the potential perhaps of a regulatory reform package for ride sharing at the provincial level that I think I can't predict, but may address many of these issues in very dynamic and conducive ways to ride sharing and conducive ways for which the consumers and drivers consume ride sharing products currently.
Right, and fair enough. I think under our current regime, it's not just one province, it's interprovincial. And that's kind of the wrestling match we have in the city. When our buses go on strike, interprovincial, it becomes a federal issue. There's lots of challenges. My concern is, are we just saying, well, forget that for now, and we'll deal with that later? And sure, they might live in Quebec and take jobs away from people here in Ontario, specifically Ottawa. You're not giving me a sense of comfort here that you're able to say, yes, we're going to ensure that it's people within Ontario, within Ottawa, that are going to be working and living here and generating money for your company.
Through you, Madam Chair, ride sharing, the sharing economy is the opportunity for people to use assets and resources they already own to supplement their income. That is not what we have found taking away jobs or opportunities. In fact, that pie for ground transportation is in fact growing in cities when you can offer people a more affordable, more reliable ride that's as safe people take it more often. So this is beneficial, frankly, for the taxi industry in Ottawa. It's beneficial for people that need to supplement their income. It's beneficial for Ottawa as a whole, for a whole host of reasons I outlined in terms of what the future could be in Ottawa around Uber pool, carpooling, etc. So I'm personally quite excited about what a bylaw as contemplated here could achieve for the citizens of Ottawa.
So have you had any discussions with the federal government on the interprovincial issues? Like, for example, right now, obviously, we can drop people off on the other side of the river, but we can't go over and pick people up cold call. Have you talked to or lobbied the federal government in that respect?
Through you, Madam Chair, I haven't directly on that issue. Most of the engagement to date has rested, obviously, just given the nature of the issues at play, with the provincial government and municipal governments like this one across Ontario and Canada. Each jurisdiction is a little bit different. In Manitoba, for example, the taxi file rests at the provincial level. So those conversations are ongoing. What I really think about is, at the end of the day, what's best for the consumer? Is it and for the driver? Is it a good outcome to have a driver have to, quote, deadhead back with an empty car? Is that efficient for the driver? Is that in the best interest of consumers that will have to wait longer to get a ride, for a driver that could earn some money with a passenger in the back of the car but has to travel empty? Is that good for the environment, good for congestion, all of those things that we care about? I would say, if you look at it from that analysis, and I'm presenting a quick one, I appreciate that, the answer is probably no.
So using your same logic, is it a good environmental practice to have people that don't live in this province driving across a bridge in traffic, polluting, coming here to work here in our city?
Through you, Madam Chair, I would suggest when and if, like we do in Toronto, offer a product known as Uber Pool. Right now in San Francisco, where we offer it as well, 50% of our trips are pool trips. That means multiple people in a vehicle. So if in your example, with all due respect, if that meant the ability to offer Uber Pool in Quebec and Ontario, which we do now in Toronto, and put multiple people in a single car that's driving over that bridge, I think that is a good public policy outcome.
And you've brought me to another question I actually had. There seems to be a lot of different levels of Uber. So you have UberX, Uber XL, you've mentioned Uber Pool. I think Uber Black is another one, a different type of car or something. Who owns that? Is it all the same group? Is it all your group?
Through you, Madam Chair, I think the best way to sort of in a simple way think about Uber is a platform. And on that platform, by market, there are several products that we offer, and sometimes and often they vary by market. So I'll give you a few examples. In Toronto, for example, is a market in Canada where we offer the most diversity in terms of products. So there is a Uber Black product you mentioned. That's a licensed limousine product that you're used to getting, except you book it through the app. There's Uber Select, which guarantees you a higher-end UberX vehicle, so think Tesla, BMW, Mercedes. There's Uber XL, which is UberX but fits 6 people in it, so you can fit, instead of having to book 2 separate UberXs, you can book one Uber XL and fit more people in the car. So we're constantly, as a tech company, monitoring customer response, customer demand, and innovating to offer products tailored locally to the market so that consumers here are really getting the products that they need to move them around their city.
So just to go back to the ability, I mean, the technology is probably pretty simple to ensure people that are Uber drivers are here in this city. You wouldn't be willing to implement something like that?
Through you, Madam Chair,
until you actually sit down and look at the fact we have a unique challenge as an interprovincial area. It's very different, like you say, because it's not like a province. We actually have 2 provinces, and we work very well together, but we have our rules between each other. Would you be willing to put that in place to ensure it's all people from the Ontario region that are working on this side?
Through you, Madam Chair, I'll reiterate, I don't think those requirements are, and what they are old models trying to be applied to new models and new ways in which consumers want to engage with ground transportation. Applying those rules to what people want to do, are doing, and what technology can facilitate is not desirable. So in any conversation I have with the city, and being very frank here, and with the province, is ways in which regulations can be updated so that we don't have cars traveling empty because they can't pick up somebody. We don't have cars not wanting to travel some other place because they know they have to come back empty. Those are fundamentally bad public policy outcomes.
Okay, so I'll have to interpret what I want on that. You're not going to put that in place, and you're saying the federal government is old school too, because unfortunately that's the regulations we have to live under, being two provinces side by side. The other thing is, I think when you came to the city initially, you kind of were like a bull in the china shop, and you changed your stance, which I appreciate. Now I feel there's a bit more of a dialogue. I don't think it's all quite there yet. For example, when it comes to regulations and interprovincial issues. But you also went out and it appeared to have success in Calgary. But then you took your ball home and said, no, we're not playing here anymore. Can you explain why that happened and why that would be different here in Ottawa?
Through you, Madam Chair, it's a very good question, Councillor. I think it's really important to understand, and this I'll sort of pivot back to the talk I made and how rather seemingly innocuous regulations that don't go fundamentally to the core of public safety can really strangle and suck the life out of ride sharing. So, for example, what Calgary did was, and the way I sort of frame it is, I think all of us can agree on the public policy outcomes we desire. We desire public safety, consumer protection, accessibility. Now, the question I raise is we all share those goals. I do, taxi industry does, members of council I think do as well, staff does. And so the question is, can you use a variety of means to get to the same outcome? And I would suggest yes. What the unfortunate reality is that the City of Calgary decided to, I'll give you one example because I know we're short on time. There's two ways of, for example, with respect to a licensing fee. We encourage a flat annual licensing fee. Edmonton adopted a flat $50,000 fee and a 6 cents per trip fee. Now that is a better way of regulating the new transportation network companies. What Calgary did was decided, no, we're going to impose those costs up front on driver partners. These are people driving a few hours a week, some of whom have lost their jobs in the oil patch and are suddenly told they're going to have to spend upwards of $800 to $1,000 just for the ability to participate on the platform. My question, can you achieve the same public policy outcome, and that is the city getting its regulatory compliance costs covered? If that is the goal, you can do that one of two ways. Unfortunately, Calgary decided to impose those costs as a tax effectively on people participating in the sharing economy. Edmonton took a different option, the same option that's being proposed in the staff report, and that is a more productive way of regulating things, given the unique nature of the ride-sharing business model as compared to the traditional taxi model.
So we'll assume that it will all be good. When it comes to back to Uber XL, and Uber Black, are we negotiating or speaking with you as one company, or are we going to find out later on? And I'll tell you why. I did ask the question about how many people actually could be seated within a vehicle, and my understanding came back that it's to a maximum of 7 for this new policy. But your Uber X model says maximum of 4. So I'd ask you to expand on what happens if 5 try to get into one of your cars. Does it have to be an Uber XL car?
So our policy is that passengers are limited to the number of seats and seat belts in a car. So Uber X, you would have the driver in the front seat, an empty passenger seat, and then 3 in the back with seat belts. So you would have a total of 5 potentially. And then our app allows you to digitally, if they're all Uber customers to digitally split the fare electronically in-app to the convenience of everybody on a cashless platform. An Uber XL vehicle has more seats and seat belts, 6, so you could fit more people in, so it defeats the need of having to book 2 separate. Traditionally with taxi companies, you have to book 2 separate cars to get 6 people to the same place. Here, you'd go on the app and book an Uber XL and fit 6 people in that car.
So Uber XL can go from 6 plus, or is it capped at 6?
No, it's limited again to the number of seats and seat belts in the car.
So it could theoretically go over 6, go over 7.
Right now, Uber XL in cities in which we offer the product is capped at 6 seats.
Okay, great. And I'm just going through a couple more quick ones. When you deal with, and I know I've seen a couple of Uber drivers are going to come up, and I'll ask them similar questions. Do they give training in ways of if there's over-intoxication, those kind of things that we have to deal with as a city where we can't just leave someone roadside? We have policies and procedures that our cabbies uphold. Do you have those as well? And how is it punished if they don't uphold them?
Through you, Madam Chair, sorry, I just want to clarify the question. Is that the intoxication on the part of the driver or the rider?
Rider.
Rider, okay.
If it's a driver, you have a bigger issue.
Yes. So through you, Madam Chair, the real benefit of the sharing economy is the exchange of information that happens. So, for example, I'll use Airbnb as an example, then I'll use Uber ride-sharing companies as an example. How do I feel comfortable booking a room in someone's home that I've never met before? Maybe I'm flying from here to Germany. And how do I feel comfortable? I look at that particular person's ratings and the feedback provided by people that have already stayed there. That gives me the comfort that I'm going to get a quality product. Much like Uber, riders know that when they enter an Uber vehicle, they are also anonymously being rated. And behavior like that is unwarranted. It's not allowed. It's not kosher with the driver and rider terms of agreement with the service when they download the app. And those would not be looked lightly upon and are grounds for exclusion from accessing the app in the future.
And great, in my final 15 seconds, I want to thank you for coming out. I think also if this happened to go ahead, your final, you'd be actually a legal entity after the 30th, conveniently Canada Day is after then. How would that look? Would we be looking at a lot of ride, surge pricing, Happy Canada Day, or are you guys thinking of a different model? Because I'll tell you now, as much as we say buyer beware, I will get emails and phone calls from constituents saying, why did I get a $400 bill to go 3 blocks?
Through you, Madam Chair. Through you, Madam Chair. Appreciate your question. Canada Day, I've lived in and worked in Ottawa. It's a busy day. Yeah. The benefit of the platform is that we always have to take into consideration the consumer protection that we put in place. So, for example, surge is not something we turn on. It is on all the time. It's an algorithm that is monitoring in discrete geofences around a city supply and demand. So when supply and demand get out of whack, we have to incentivize with drivers to come over and service that demand. How do we do that? The price goes up. Now, on the consumer end, it's always transparent in real time in the app. In addition, they can do a fair estimate so they would know with that surge price how much it's going to cost to go from A to B before they even book a ride or make a ride request. In addition, if the surge multiplier is 2.0 or higher, they have to double confirm their acceptance with that. Now, of course, we always have to remember here that hotels and airline industries in the back end, behind the scenes, prices are going like this all the time. Ours is much more transparent in the sense that it's upfront, but there's consumer protection requirements built in. In addition, we encourage people to travel with other Uber friends and split the fare electronically in-app digitally. Those are ways we can save money, and I'll give you one example, though it's, again, important to understand. There was a complete TTC shutdown in Toronto in June of the other year, and no service was available on the subway line. So people go out of the subway, they go onto the street, they're hailing a taxi, which is great. They're taking the buses that the TTC provided, they're walking. They're also going on an app like Uber's and trying to get a ride. Now, those prices increased during that time in certain discrete geofences because supply and demand was out of whack. What our data showed was that because we're already so much more affordable than taxi, people paid less, even with the surge, than they would have for a taxi. And what we found is the reliability. That surge pricing got so many more cars on the road and in operation to service that demand. So fundamentally, we want to ensure when people need a ride, they get a ride with a quick ETA. All the while, all the customer service protections are up front in the app. That's fundamental as well.
And thank you for that.
Okay,
I'm sure the
thank you.
double tap will
Thank you,
prevent
Councillor
intoxicated
Tierney.
people from paying that larger amount.
Thank you, Councillor Tierney. Your time is up. Before we go to our next speaker, members of council are asking what the plan is if we don't finish tomorrow night. So the intention at this point, I've discussed it with the clerk's office, would be to continue on Saturday and, if necessary, on Sunday. So I tell you this so that you either focus your questions or clear your weekend schedules. Councillor Schwab.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just following up on the last question from Councillor Tierney on surge pricing and your algorithm. Are you saying that the only factor in that algorithm is supply and demand, and it's purely a free market algorithm?
Through you, Madam Chair, that is my understanding. It operates independently and monitors supply and demand so that people can get the rides they need in an ETA that is desirable.
So nobody ever gets surge pricing on a nice spring day in the middle of the day when nothing major is happening in the city?
Through you,
Sunday, let's say.
Through you, Madam Chair. So surge is, once again, not something that is turned on. It is there.
Yeah.
It's monitoring discrete parts of the city. So you could be on the corner of Rideau and Waller in Ottawa and see the price is now 1.2 times the normal fare, again, which is all transparent in the app. You may be at the Rideau Centre front door and not be subject to a surge. It depends on the discrete area you are in the city and the geofence, and it's all transparent. So I can't predict what that spring day might bring. There may be, for whatever reason, conference emptying out of the Shaw Centre, and that may spike your demand in that particular area.
Okay, so you are saying that reports in other jurisdictions that there are other factors besides supply and demand in the algorithm are just false.
Through you, Madam Chair. So I'm not sure if that was a comment or a question. So maybe if you
okay,
could elaborate.
I'll ask it a different way then.
Yeah.
Who develops the algorithm? It's Uber, right?
Through you, Madam Chair, yes, that would be proprietary, is my understanding, to Uber.
So we really have no knowledge as to what factors go into the development of that algorithm other than the price output at the end.
Through you, Madam Chair, the customer, as I've explained, always knows the price they're paying.
Right.
The question I would have is, when you book an Air Canada flight, do you or are you aware of their particular algorithms that determine the price on that particular flight you book on a Wednesday evening at 8 o'clock? I've booked flights. I'm not aware of that, the way in which the pricing on airlines fluctuates. Hotels do as well.
You aren't, but the government of Canada is. So I'm asking, because we're talking about regulating you, so I want to know to what extent, or do you at least agree that you are the people who developed the algorithm, we are not part of it, we do not see anything except the price that is outputted from it?
Through you, Madam Chair, you're correct. You see the price in real time always. It's transparent. You know what you're going to pay in advance. The app, I should also point out, will will notify you as the price comes back down into, so when supply and demand come into equilibrium. So there's always the option, if you're not busy, maybe you're at the bar and you want to have another drink, to wait for that to come down so that you can lock in a price that you're more comfortable paying.
I understand how that goes. But the question was whether other factors influence the determination of surge pricing, but I'm not getting the answer on that, so I'll just go to the next one. In addition to storing the algorithm, you also, and changing it, updating it regularly, I presume, you also store information after transactions. And some of that information is information that we may, from time to time, need as a regulator, and yet it's going to be stored with you and not with us. So I'm wondering if you can tell me how many times over the past year you have changed the way you store that information.
Through you, Madam Chair, that wouldn't be information I know personally in my role, so I don't have an answer in that regard. What I can tell you is that part of your comments leading up to that question were about data retention. As a tech company, we retain a lot of data. We also have very robust privacy policies to ensure the protection of that data. At the same time, we have sophisticated and robust processes for ensuring where investigations are ongoing or there is a law enforcement need for particular information under production order, we can share that. In addition, there are not only data retention requirements, again, all of which we're already doing, then there are data sharing obligations outlined in the bylaw. And the reason and why those work so well in the jurisdictions, again, we're regulated in 70-plus jurisdictions around the world. It works quite well in terms of getting the city regulators the information they need in order to do their job, and that's functioning quite well in jurisdictions where those ride-sharing regulations are in place.
So you get the information in each of the however many, 78 different ways that the various jurisdictions ask for it? Or do you have one company policy for disseminating it to municipalities?
Through you, Madam Chair, bylaws, ride-sharing bylaws generally have followed the same sort of, with variations here or there. Not every bylaw is drafted exactly the same way as you can imagine, but they all share common characteristics, such as creating a licensing category known often as a transportation network company category or private transportation category here. And what they do is recognize that there is a data retention and a data sharing obligation on the part of PTCs to provide the city the information they need for regulatory compliance and enforcement. Those particular, they're known as ordinances in the U.S., vary. But the broad theme and outline of data retention, protection of that data, data sharing, and that regulatory model that the KPMG report outlines quite well and the staff report has endorsed is broadly the same jurisdiction to jurisdiction.
Okay. Switching gears, and is it Uber's position that its drivers are employees, or are they independent contractors?
Through you, Madam Chair, they are independent contractors, much like many taxi drivers are from jurisdiction to jurisdiction.
So, but you dictate pricing that they will charge?
Through you, Madam Chair, the price, the base fare, time and distance is set in the app. They are free to drive when they'd like, to bring the, quote, tools of the trade to the job so they can wear a blazer if they choose, or wear a dress shirt if they choose. We know from the customer service feedback mechanism built into the app that certain things like keeping your car clean, offering, sometimes drivers will offer bottles of water, what have you, is things that will drive better customer service ratings to the benefit of everybody. And that's really the mechanism in the sharing economy, is that two-way exchange of information that Airbnb and other sharing economy companies are using quite effectively to achieve the same public policy outcome goals while recognizing the traditional ways of regulating things to achieve an outcome can be done equally as well, if not better, through new means I've just outlined.
Yeah, well, the legislators decide what's the best way to achieve those outcomes. It's not supposed to be individuals out there in the Wild West. But so you're saying then that although they're independent contractors, you dictate the pricing that they will charge?
Through you, Madam Chair, correct. The price is set in app.
Okay. Then on to the question of the cameras in the vehicles. I went back to some of the debate that went on in 2008 when the city imposed cameras on taxis. And the arguments being made against imposing cameras on taxis are identical to the ones being made today against imposing cameras in Uber vehicles. But I did sit on a committee that had these little mini trials to judge whether drivers kept their licenses when there are allegations of misconduct in the vehicles. And you know what, in the course of 6 years, we never once had a case of disputed identity. Staff were always able to identify who the driver was and who the passenger was. The dispute was over what happened. So how does not putting cameras in an Uber vehicle allow us any better to determine what happened, given that we already know the identity of the driver and the passenger even without cameras?
Through you, Madam Chair, reflecting on the staff report and the KPMG report, that both outline in a lot of detail why cameras are unnecessary given the nature and distinct differences in the business model. We have operated in Ottawa for a long period of time with limousines under a prearranged basis that don't have cameras, and according to staff this morning, those instances haven't arisen. Our model being more closely aligned with the prearrangement nature of limos, in addition to all the other features, technological features built into the app that incrementally we think improve safety, go the distance to the argument, or at least making the argument that these cameras, while necessary in a taxi, not because simply of imposing a burden on them, but recognizing that they are in fact at risk, because often the passenger getting in the back of the seat of a taxi is not known to the driver or broker, and that presents a real risk to the driver.
Okay. Well, as we know in past instances, we've never had a difficulty in identity. I never sat in a case of disputed identity. So the dispute is always over what actually occurred in the vehicle. But the next question, I think, as regulators, we should probably be looking at not only what Uber is today, but what will exist in future years, maybe a year from now, 5 years from now. How is this policy of not having cameras in an Uber vehicle going to survive after the first allegation of a sexual assault taking place in an Uber vehicle here in Ottawa? How do you think that will survive?
Through you, Madam Chair, there have been a few allegations of different activity, of untoward activity made in various ride-sharing company vehicles, be it Lyft or others. And the process there has worked quite well as it would work if those allegations were made in a limo under the same sort of prearrangement basis, where we know that no one's anonymous in an Uber driver or rider. There's the ability to provide feedback in-app, monitor, responded to in real time, customer service support 24 hours a day, 365 days a year, emergency response teams that facilitate investigations and data sharing with law enforcement, the ability of us to remotely deactivate an account, all of those features. In addition, so if you think about a limo that doesn't have all of the features I just outlined, and still historically in jurisdictions across Canada where limos have not had that requirement, and neither, I'll just point out, not only has the staff not recommended it here for PTC vehicles, Waterloo region has not recommended it. My understanding is that Toronto has not recommended it as either. Edmonton, Calgary, and 70-plus jurisdictions around the world have not mandated it for all those reasons to have cameras in PTC vehicles. Sure,
we were one of the first to put cameras in taxis, and it's worked very well. But a follow-up question, what you just said, when you talked about the response teams that you have. Earlier in this questioning, you said that they don't actually exist. So how does that happen?
Through you, Madam Chair, I think there was perhaps a misunderstanding. They do exist. They are real human beings that work on behalf of the company, many in former positions with respect to law enforcement. So we have a significant amount of experience when needed and when necessary to engage constructively with city regulators, even in the absence of a regulatory framework conducive to ride sharing in the city of Ottawa or other cities and municipalities across Ontario. We have cooperated with respect to investigations with local regulators and law enforcement. So that is already happening, and I can assure you will continue to happen.
All right. I'm just going to move ahead to my last part before I go back on the list, I think. But again, in past cases involving sexual assault or other allegations, are there any of those that you think would have been more clearly handled if there had been cameras?
Through you, Madam Chair, no, not to my knowledge.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Shirley. Councillor Leeper.
Thank you, Chair. Two questions for you, Mr. Schaefer, touching on what Councillor Shirley was asking about with respect to surge pricing. I'm certain we'll hear more about it as we hear the public delegations to come over the next potentially 2 days. We have heard you note that the surge pricing is used to optimize the supply and demand. What are the multiples over what I might call your base price that we might typically see in surge pricing, first off?
Through you, Madam Chair, excellent question, Councillor. It is often not, it doesn't get very high and still is cheaper than the price of a licensed taxi in the cities in which we operate. So you routinely see them. Most of our trips are not subject to a surge price. You're looking at about 15% to 20% of trips that may be subject to a surge. And of those trips that are subject to a surge, most of them are still, when you calculate the total cost of the trip, are cheaper than if you would have booked a Blue Line in the city of Ottawa, for example. So surge pricing is performing a useful function to get people trips when they need, but not to the point of being excessively expensive in that regard. And again, with all the consumer protections up front so people know what they're paying before they book and make a ride request.
But what is that range of surge pricing that we might see, double, 1.5 times, twice, 3, 4, 5, 6 times?
Through Madam Chair, you routinely see 1.2, 1.5, 2.3, 2.5 in that range.
Okay. You're trying to get drivers out when you surge in order to meet demand. In you're a data company, I'm sure that you know this. What is the minimum level of surge pricing that you need to get a significant number of drivers on the road?
Through you, Madam Chair, I don't have that data off the top of my head, so I'm not able to answer that question more directly. But the data does show, for example, as that example I gave in Toronto, I think, and don't quote me on the exact numbers, about 60%. When we examined that particular day in Toronto when the TTC shut down, and that a average regular day of that month across several months, what we noticed was that surge pricing had the effect of bringing significant more supply into the commercial market, so to speak, to service that demand. So it has that real impact there. And it's important because people want to be able to get rides when they need them.
Okay. I'm sorry, with that TTC shutdown day, did you tell us what was the surge pricing that was in effect in that geofenced area?
Well, the geofence area would be different geofences because you're looking at a complete shutdown of the TTC. I can undertake, we made this information public. I can undertake to provide that information to the clerk of the committee where that information would be much more accurate than what I'm able to recall by memory.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate that. The second question that I had for you was, we are being asked in a market-driven environment to trust in the self-regulating mechanisms of the customer feedback that you have built into within the app. So the service will improve, it will address shortcomings through customer feedback. Do people use the customer feedback tool? Is it a significant number of passengers who actually bother to rate drivers? And then what are they telling you for the most part? I'm wondering if you can categorize some of what the feedback is. Does it, are people talking to you about things like driver behavior? Are they talking to you about the mechanical condition of the car? What is that feedback you're hearing, and from how many people?
Through you, Madam Chair, a good question. What the data shows us is that about 20% of people respond, is my understanding, is about 20% of people engage in that respect. So you're looking at tens of thousands of messages in the Ottawa market on a weekly basis. And in terms of that information, it can vary from something as simple, given the whims of humanity, something as simple as a Tim Hortons coffee cup in the back of the car that upset a passenger, and it could range all the way to a broken windshield, a muffler making a noise. It could be, I saw a blinking light on the dashboard. All of those ranges of feedback are feedback we receive. Of course, a dirty coffee cup in the back of a car is not something that would be actionable in terms of a serious risk to safety or health of traveling public.
If a passenger notes, there's a weird rattle in the Uber I just took, what might Uber do with that message?
So there's several things Uber could do, through you, Madam Chair. There are several things that Uber could do with information in that regard. We could contact the driver partner. We could remotely disable access to their account. There are a number of different things that can be done in that regard. Of course, all UberX or ride-sharing company drivers would be subject to the same laws that already exist on the books provincially and municipally with regard to the safe operation of vehicles.
Okay, because I note that one of the differences between the bylaw that we're proposing and some other jurisdictions is that as the car gets older, post 5 years, it becomes subject to biennial or twice a year, inspections, where other jurisdictions only subject them to those increased frequency of inspections once it reaches a certain level, 30,000 kilometers, say, of commercial driving. And one of the things I'm contemplating is whether, as the car gets older, does it need that increased frequency at presumably an increased cost to the driver when there is a passenger feedback mechanism? It sounds like you're telling me that the passenger feedback mechanism is well used to alert Uber to mechanical issues.
Through you, Madam Chair, I would agree with your comments. Also, I think take into consideration that in the absence of this bylaw, we already require a 26-point vehicle inspection by certified mechanics annually for UberX driver partners. So that's a requirement. We're doing, as I say, millions of trips a month across Ontario and Canada, and we're seeing the robustness of those tests in terms of the level of feedback we get on the customer service and safety side, but also the fact that there's instances that people might scaremonger or fearmonger about just aren't happening. We're doing trips on a large scale, so those issues would come to the forefront. What I would say specifically is that if the city is proposing a vehicle inspection done annually and then twice a year after 5 years, to take into consideration perhaps the manner in which modern automobiles are manufactured as compared to maybe the way in which they may have been manufactured decades ago, but also to take in consideration that they are, under the proposed bylaw, to be subject to a vehicle inspection annually. Our Uber vehicles, again, knowing the data, about 50% drive less than 10 hours a week, about 35% drive less than 5 hours a week to supplement their income. They're not taxi drivers that are on the road in 2 shifts, generally 24 hours a day. That wear and tear that a taxi automobile is subject to is much more severe than a personal family automobile that sits, as we know from data, sits idle for most hours of the day already outside of participation on a ride-sharing platform. And then knowing that the data is most of them drive for a few hours a week, a KPMG staff report, KPMG report recommendation about a biannual vehicle inspection only being required if there is that 30,000 kilometers logged each year after 5 years is, I think, something that is worthy of consideration and further deliberation.
Thank you for that. I'll leave it there, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Leeper. Councillor Kadri.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Schaefer, for being here this morning to answer some of the important questions that my colleagues are asking. And just to let everybody in the room know that I did meet with you and Mr. Black in my office a couple of days ago, and I raised a couple of concerns. 3 of the concerns the city has already put on the table through the report, being accessibility, safety, and insurance. On the insurance issue, you mentioned earlier to one of my colleagues about some of the policies that are available and some of the policies that your company may or may not follow. What is happening in Edmonton with the insurance, and what was the resource or the request from the Edmonton City Council that Uber agreed to and then has not filled the requirement? Could you explain that to us, please?
Through you, Madam Chair. Thank you, councillors. Good question. So in Edmonton, what I would suggest is Edmonton's passed a progressive ride-sharing bylaw similar to what's being proposed in Ottawa here today, and similar to the staff report recommendations in Toronto, I understand, that were made public this morning. So it's a good effort to accommodate both industries. If anything, Uber has been a conversation about ways to also improve the lives of taxi drivers and riders as well in a city. So that's, I think, good news. More specifically to your question, a requirement in the Edmonton ride-sharing bylaw, if you like, was a approved, and I'm going to use the word FSCO, Financial Services Commission of Ontario. They have an Alberta equivalent, as each province does. And the condition in the bylaw was the availability in the province of Alberta of a ride-sharing insurance product like the one that's currently approved in Ontario by Aviva, or one that we hope will be approved, such as the Intact Financial Program. The province of Alberta indicated publicly that they are, and I'm paraphrasing language, comfortable with the framework, but they're going to take to July or sooner to formally approve a ride-sharing insurance product. So when that product, be it Intact or another one, is approved, we will then look to re-engage our driver partners and offer that service again in Edmonton.
So you were given, I think, a timeline. I think it was March, sometime March 1st, to get the insurance resolution, and now you've been extended to July. What is the status of your service in Edmonton?
Through you, Madam Chair, and it sort of pains me to say it because our driver partners that rely on this service to put food on the table or pay for a vacation, child's education, are going without that opportunity currently in the province of Alberta. We do not offer service currently in the city of Edmonton. When that, and the Alberta government has indicated that they will approve a ride-sharing insurance product, probably the Intact one, then we will look to be back at Edmonton and offer that service.
Thank you very much, Mr. Schaefer, for those answers. Just for going forward, my time is only 5 minutes, so I'd like you to keep your answers condensed as much as possible.
Understood.
And if I need a repeated question, I will ask that. Anyways, coming back to, that was the Edmonton model. What about Calgary? What's happening in Calgary?
Through Madam Chair, we don't currently operate in Calgary. We would like to operate in Calgary. The ride-sharing bylaw that the City of Council passed is not conducive for the operation of PTCs. It's a model that places the burden on the ride-sharing driver partners that are trying to participate in the sharing economy and supplement their income, and it does it in a way that is not conducive. And I'll reflect back very quickly to my opening remarks about how important it is to get ride-sharing regulations right, or PTCs simply can't, there's no life given to the model, and there has to be that recognition of the differences that the staff report recognizes in order to allow new options to flourish.
Thanks again for that. The issue, though, for me is, and you just mentioned, that the bylaws or the requests coming from the City Council were not conducive to you doing business in the City of Calgary. My question to you is it conducive to your model that is not working, or is it the fact that your model cannot change or cannot adjust to the request by a particular City Council?
Through you, Madam Chair, I would suggest it's not conducive to the thousands of people that want to participate on the platform and earn money to do different things for their families. Sometimes they send the money overseas to families. Sometimes they use it for their children's education.
Sir, that's not the question,
is
sir.
not conducive to enable those people to engage in the ride-sharing sphere. And what we see is a lack of desire of PTCs to operate in Calgary because they can't live and breathe in a model that puts all those costs on the people that can least afford it, frankly.
Anyways, I understand that, but my concern is it the model too rigid or too fixed that you're not willing to adjust the model in any way, shape, or form based on some of the requests that may come from City Council?
Through you, Madam Chair, I think the staff report has outlined the broad manner in which the new licensing category would be created, and that is key. That fundamental understanding of the differences in the ride-sharing business model is key. In jurisdictions across North America and internationally that have ride-sharing bylaws or ordinances in place, I would be lying if I told you I liked every element of every bylaw. That's simply not true. We don't live in a perfect world. But the model can breathe under different regulatory stipulations, but the fundamentals have to be in place. And the staff report and the KPMG report get it right. And that will allow a future in which ride-sharing can continue to be in Ottawa and other jurisdictions.
Over the past 16 or 18 months, your company has operated in Ottawa. How many complaints have you received from people using your service? And if you cannot give me the number, at least tell the audience and myself as to what was the follow-up on those complaints and, how much action was taken by your company on those complaints.
Through you, Madam Chair, so the complaints can range from a variety of different degrees. We as a company have to be responsive to our customers. They have choice to go elsewhere. They can download a taxi app. They cannot take us ever again. It's simply an app on the phone. So we are very dedicated with the teams we have to respond. I'll give you an example. If a passenger felt that the route taken was not the most efficient route, we routinely refund them for the part of that route that was alleged or was in fact inefficient. We are constantly responding on social media, in-app, to emails as well, in terms of making sure the customer is happy. Without our customers, and we sort of look at it two ways, our customers are both our driver partners and our riders. In order for the system to operate, we need to keep both of them very happy, because if you don't have drivers who are willing to drive, the demand we know already in the cities across Canada is very high and growing. But if we can't keep drivers happy, demand and supply are not in equilibrium. At the same time, we have to make sure the customers are happy because we want them to continue to use the service. And what we find is, and it's no surprise to I think many people in the room, is that it's very popular for all the reasons I just outlined.
In terms of when you were in my office, I asked you about surge pricing, and I asked to see if it was possible to have a cap on that surge pricing. What is your response to that comment?
Through you, Madam Chair, we support the staff report and the KPMG report recommendations that are similar to different staff proposals and or draft bylaws across Canada, internationally and globally, where that issue has not been imposed in a bylaw because of all the detrimental public policy outcomes that would entail for the traveling public. So we are not supportive, and I'm keeping my answer short out of your request, Councillor.
So, again, to clarify, you're not in favor of any kind of a cap on surge pricing?
Through you, Madam Chair, in jurisdictions in which ride-sharing companies operate, for example, the United States, those surge cap has not been imposed. It was discussed recently in the City of New York and rejected. What some jurisdictions have decided to do is during times of declared states of national emergency to impose a cap that way as well. So we've seen that in a few jurisdictions, to be completely transparent with you.
On a question earlier from one of my colleagues about accessibility, and you said that there are no vehicles currently operating in the city.
With the hydraulic lift and ramp? With
the hydraulic lift. Is there a plan by your company to put something like that into play going forward?
Through you, Madam Chair, the conversations we've had on that issue with council members as well with city staff to date, post staff report being issued, so it's been a very narrow time that those conversations have transpired. I've looked at the proposed bylaw and staff report. We offer one product that the city suggests doesn't meet the accessibility requirements that they've set, and I understand that. It's a product people value, Uber Assist, the door-to-door option. The question I would have, and it's a question we're exploring with city staff, is we have proposed an accessibility fund, and then we'd have to negotiate and agree to in good faith what that fee would be. The question I would raise is we want to be careful not to disincentivize future innovations in this sphere. So by imposing a fee, what that might do is disincentivize tech companies like Uber and others from offering innovative accessibility products. So what Edmonton did, I think, was particularly productive in their bylaw. What they said was, we're going to impose a $20,000 annual accessibility fee for any ride-sharing company that does not offer an accessible product approved by the city manager. If a product is offered that is approved, they waive that fee. So those are the sorts of conversations we're having currently, but I would characterize them as very productive and collaborative.
And again, coming back to the accessibility issue, I mean, there's a number of recommendations if you look at under number 5 in the staff report. Some of them, you may or may not agree with, but what my interest is this morning is to say or ask of you that all of these recommendations that are put into this report are important for the accessible community of the City of Ottawa. Would your company, and I'm sure you read the report, honor all or some? Which ones would you not honor in this report?
Through you, Madam Chair, our intention is to honor the report and the bylaw as passed by committee and council. At the same time, I think in good faith, productive conversations can be had around ways that we can work together to enhance accessibility for those that need it in Ottawa. I know in Toronto, where we introduced Uber Wave, we sat down with a whole host of stakeholders from OCAD's Inclusive Design Institute, Spinal Cord Injury Ontario, the folks that did the training for the Pan Am Games in Toronto, the volunteer segment there. We worked very closely with them, and what people are telling us in the accessibility community in Toronto is that they really value what we're bringing to the table as another option for them. So all I'm suggesting is we can and should continue a very productive dialogue about ways in which we can work together to enhance accessibility for everybody.
Okay, and again, I don't mean to belabor the point on accessibility, but accessibility right now, as Chief DeMonte mentioned this morning, about how successful the city is being in terms of providing that service with our other partners, Para, and so on and so forth. I want to make sure that your company is willing to partake in that process, and if not, why not?
Through you, Madam Chair, definitely we will participate in that process as the city's envisioned to enhance and make sure that the excellent accessibility service that is currently provided in Ottawa continues and in fact is enhanced. So we have a mutual agreement there that this is in the best interest of the citizens of Ottawa and for those that use those services, absolutely.
In terms of training with your drivers or with your operators, and the question was asked again by one of my colleagues previously about that training aspect. So let's use a hypothetical situation. If one of your operators is charged with a sexual harassment case, would your company be willing to provide that operator future training in order to not have that situation occur again?
Through you, Madam Chair, if a current driver, so there's two things. If somebody coming on or wanting to come on as an Uber driver partner has a criminal record, we have a zero threshold, zero tolerance for past criminal convictions, so they would not be an Uber driver partner. If they are a current Uber driver partner with a clean background, criminal background history, but there is an allegation made, an investigation, charges are pressed by the police, it goes to court, and the proper judicial processes result in a conviction, that person would lose their access to the Uber platform.
Access for a time period or access forever?
Zero tolerance forever.
Zero tolerance.
Zero tolerance.
Okay.
A lot of jurisdictions don't have that same approach. Toronto doesn't have a zero tolerance approach.
So it's based on that kind of thinking that some of my colleagues are talking about cameras in your vehicles. What is your objection to putting those cameras in those vehicles?
Through you, Madam Chair, the objections result into, if we are in the bylaw proposing, or I shouldn't say we, the city staff are proposing a number of public safety features to ensure that the citizens of Ottawa are accessing safe transportation. The question I have is, by imposing another additional regulatory requirement that the staff report and the KPMG report recognizes isn't going to further public safety. That is already achieved with what is required of the bylaw, outside of the requirement or any requirement to have a camera. So you're layering on something that is not going to enhance public safety. What does that mean? It means the person that wants to drive for a few hours a week, that can pass the background check, the vehicle inspections required, the motor vehicle reference check, all the checks and balances that the bylaw is proposing to address and ones that we already are doing outside of a regulated framework. What does that mean? That person participating then has to spend, probably, given the nature of these sorts of cameras envisioned by cities, $1,000+ to have that bought and installed. What does that mean for that senior citizen I talked about that wants to drive for a few hours a week on a fixed income? It means that they can't participate in this opportunity. It is a tax on them with no conceivable extra security benefit provided. So that, again, is, with all due respect, why Uber is aligned with the KPMG and staff report recommendations in this regard.
Thank you very much, Mr. Schaefer. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you, Councillor Kadri. Before we go to the next speaker, I just wanted to clarify one of the issues that Councillor Kadri raised. So just to be 100% clear, until such time as the City of Ottawa receives the legislative authority from the Province of Ontario to impose an accessibility fee, is your organization, Uber Canada, willing to voluntarily enter into negotiations and negotiate an accessibility fee with the City of Ottawa?
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor DeRose.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And through you, Madam Chair, Mr. Schaefer, thank you for answering some question now. It's so nice to see you answering and not dancing around the answers. Some of my colleagues asked you a few questions, and I'm not going to re-ask them. I just want to clarify a couple things. You were asked what's your status of Uber since November 2014, and we all know around that table that you have been running in the City of Ottawa without license and without regulation. And also, my colleague asked you from now till the bylaw come through council and we got everything approved, what you're going to do and where Uber stand, you also didn't answer. My question to you, there is a lots of if around this table. As you heard from my colleague and all of us, we have concern. So far, we haven't have any reassurance from Uber on if this bylaw comes forward, if how you're going to be able to be compliant and how you're going to earn the trust of the city to be working together. Earlier in your question, you said that you're waiting on the city to impose that. But as a corporation, and as you are monitoring your driver and your company, it has to be some kind of policy on your side to be able to work with the city on making sure these are compliance are appearing, and we're making sure that we protecting every stakeholder in this. So can you please elaborate a little bit and give us some answer?
Through you, Mr. Chair. So just to answer that question, there are some things that we've, in our discussion since the staff report became public and the draft bylaw became public, active discussions with city staff around a number of things that can be addressed. One example is the vulnerable sector check. In terms of right now, it's not available to be done online. The Ottawa Police Service has indicated on their website that they intend, or at least intended to, by 2014, to have that service available online. They don't yet. So we've had conversations, I think quite productive and collaborative ones, about ways in which the city can work with the Ottawa Police Service to improve the efficiency of that service to the benefit of everybody. In addition, there, I believe, was a staff recommendation to look at, examine the implementation of the bylaw timeframe. And I think some of that might be as a result of the, and I'm guessing, the Ottawa Police Service time to get their processes there improved and more efficient. I think that's productive. So we're having, I think, very collegial, collaborative, and productive discussions there.
Thank you. My other question, I hope we'll have a little bit more clarification in the future on how we're going to be able to have impose this bylaw and have more compliances. But my question to you mentioned that the drivers they drive between 5 and 10 hours a week. Is that correct?
Through you, Mr. Speaker, or Mr. Chair. You're right. It's about 50%, give or take, and this is pretty consistent across markets in Canada. About 50% drive 10 or fewer hours a week. About 35% drive 5 or fewer hours a week.
But do you have full-time drivers? Do you have, like there is a policy? Do you monitor your driver? How many hours do you drive a week? Is it like full-time, part-time? Because we're getting inconsistent messages. Can you please clarify on that?
Through Mr. Chair. If you think about it like a bell curve, in the meaty middle are the 5 to 10 hour folks. There are folks that are full-time, 40 hours a week drivers, definitely. That's consistent across cities in which we operate. But for a majority of people, they don't fall into the full-time category. Another consideration is the flexibility of the platform lets people, I'm going to make up an example, but it allows people to be engaged flexibly with the platform. So, for example, you could envision a situation where somebody has a 9-to-5 job at a government office or a bank here in Ottawa. They come home, make dinner for their family, put their young children to bed, and spend an hour or two on the platform in the evening. Then the next week, and let's say they spend 5 hours that week doing it, maybe a few hours on Monday, a few hours on Friday. Then in the next week, maybe the kids are with their grandparents and they've taken some time off work. And they want to drive for 9 to 5, Monday to Friday that week. That's okay too. It's flexible for that. Then the next week revert to a totally different schedule. So sometimes people are full-time drivers, sometimes they're part-time, sometimes they're less than that.
Do you have a percentage of that full-time? Like, do you know how many drivers are full-time or part-time? Like, can you be able to provide this information?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I don't have that data off the top of my head, but we would have that data, I assume, with the business, correct?
Thank you. One more question. I heard about Uber, different model of Uber, like Black Uber and Uber Taxi and Hop Uber. And are you thinking in the future to bringing all these models to Ottawa? Or?
Through you, Mr. Chair, it's a sort of constant exercise on the part of the business to examine local consumer needs and wants, and then we look to filling those, as any good company would, filling the needs identified. So in different markets, there's different products based on the size of the market, the demographic of the market, the consumer wishes. So those products vary by market, but where we can fill a consumer niche, we would look to fill it in the Ottawa market.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you, Councillor Derues. I'll just remind councillors that Mr. Schaefer's been in the seat for 2 hours now, and we have one speaker left. I thought we had 3 there. Oh. Councillor Fleury was ahead of you, so I'll take Councillor Fleury, then Kakish. Any other councillors, please chime in now. Councillor Fleury?
So I realize a lot of questions have been asked. A couple of questions regarding the ongoing situation, and we've talked about the issues of taxis, especially in the Byward market, Uber drivers just floating in the area. I'd like to hear from you on, as an organization, what would be the authority under the PTC to limit just drivers just going around in an area waiting to be activated through the application?
Through you, Madam Chair now. For the record, just as an aside, Hamilton City Council kept me on the stand, so to speak, for close to 3 hours, so I think they hold the record. Ottawa's getting close, but not quite there. To answer your question, Councillor, more directly, the technology, and this is the beauty of the technology here, it always matches the nearest vehicle to the nearest ride request. So in the days prior to smartphone, GPS, and modern technology, there was a need for traditional taxi, again, before ride-sharing was ever contemplated or possible. There was a need for those vehicles to hover, usually around airports and usually around downtown business districts, party districts, etc. The beauty of technology is that it's heat mapping on the driver's phone where demand is. And as a technology company, we're very good at analyzing that data and making sure our drivers are positioned close to where demand is currently or anticipated to be. So the technology operates very efficiently, and part of it is reduces the travel time from driver to rider. A recent innovation, just to give you an example of a way we as a tech company are constantly working on iterating on the technology. Historically, if I was in the Byward market and I made a ride-share request and I'd see the driver was, let's say, 3 minutes away, if there was a car nearer to me with a passenger in it, it wouldn't dispatch the ride to that person because somebody was already in the vehicle. Now we've iterated on that technology and forward dispatch. What that means is if I'm making a request to get picked up at the Chateau Laurier and someone at the same time, usually within about a minute or less, is being dropped off in an UberX vehicle at the Chateau Laurier, we'll forward dispatch so that my wait time, which would have been 3 minutes, is now reduced to 30 seconds, 10 seconds. So it's ways in which we can efficiently use technology to reduce that wait time to the benefit of drivers and riders so they don't have to hover around things, areas of cities like taxis traditionally have.
So on the same topic of use of cars and increase of cars, because that's a set of discussion we've also had specifically to the environment. I'd like to hear, I know that the taxi industry has done some great progress in terms of bringing in fleets that are a lot more hybrid, a lot more environmentally friendly. What could Uber do under this model that would bring in vehicles or create incentives for vehicles that are a lot better for the environment?
Through you, Madam Chair, excellent question. I sort of look at it in 2 ways. Re-emphasizing the real need to get regulations around ride-sharing done right, because every innovation that can come rests on the backbone or DNA, if you like, of UberX and ride sharing. So Uber Pool is one environmental product that allows us to, I think we've been talking about carpooling since Jimmy Carter in the 70s, and the technology at the time didn't allow for that to happen as efficiently and effectively, and as a result, most people didn't carpool. But when you can use technology to match people and put them in the same car efficiently, that happens more often, and as I mentioned, 50% of our trips in San Francisco currently with Uber Pool or with Uber are pooled rides. So that's one contribution to traffic congestion in the environment I would suggest. Other possibilities, we have in the U.S. a vehicle financing program to help people with very favorable terms and conditions get access to a ride. So under those sorts of enterprises, we would look to addressing potentially some of those concerns you have around electric or hybrid or vehicles that are better for the environment. There's the opportunity through that mechanism to engage in that way as well. So those two principal means offer real potential there.
Great. So I know what the city would do in terms of this licensing proposal. I'd like to hear on your side specifically to if an Uber driver was caught hailing a ride, or taking on just flagging on the street, not through the application. What sort of investigative powers do you have, and how would that work under this licensing process?
Through Madam Chair, good question, Councillor. It would be a violation of our driver-partner terms of agreement, beyond the fact that it would be a violation of the proposed bylaw. Uber doesn't street hail, principally because we believe it's unsafe for our driver partners. We want them to know, and we want to know, who's getting in the back of vehicles. So if that was to happen outside of the parameters of the app, that's a violation and subject to removal as a driver partner from participation on the platform.
We've heard of some issues specifically relating to the cameras and the discussion in between the different licenses that are proposed. To lead me before that question, I would lead by asking what happens with stolen technology, because basically all that we have are the applications on a phone. The phone can be stolen, taken by another member, driver. How does that work for A, the client, and B, the drivers in this case?
Through you, Madam Chair. So the way in which it's done now, you'd obviously have to log into the platform with secure passwords, so the driver partner accesses it. But again, as a technology platform that's constantly iterating, we're looking at several things currently, like facial recognition, in order to ensure beyond a password that in fact that driver partner who's supposed to be on the platform is in fact the driver partner accessing that app. So there's a whole bunch of other ways we're using technology, such as telematics, to measure the movement of the phone, and in fact whether that phone is mounted on the dash appropriately, or if it's being used in a way that is unsafe, the speed and movement of the car. Technology, and I'm a lawyer, policy guy, I'm not a tech expert, but the tech side of things is what really gets exciting, because it's using technology to address fundamental concerns and issues, and it's about incrementally improving so that we can take an activity and make it incrementally safer every day. And we have teams of engineers around the world that are constantly laser focused on improving not only the customer service experience for drivers and riders, but also using the available technologies today, also working on new technologies to improve and enhance safety.
So just to simplify, just so I can understand here, so if you're a driver, I recognize you're updating the app and so on, but if I were a driver and I pass it on to my colleague and he drives, we're caught, what happens?
So through you, Madam Chair, in that example, if I stepped into, so I would make a ride request and it would show your photo, your name, your license plate, your car make and model. We don't provide the color in-app, and I know that's a part of the regulatory discussion here. We're concerned that if you include color, people are going to look at the make and model and the color and then start getting into other vehicles, ignore the license plate. So that's a whole other issue. But in answer of your question, if I then made the request, got all your information as a driver partner, and you handed your phone to your colleague beside you, Mr. Naisbaum, and the car arrived, and I looked at the driver, and it wouldn't match. Your faces look different. You don't match each other. You may be driving the same vehicle or a license plate under this hypothetical example. I would report that in-app, and that is a violation of the driver-partner terms of agreement, subject to removal from the platform. That activity is not authorized.
Okay. And then specifically to the camera discussion, we've had that conversation. I understand the limitations regarding the access to drivers and the flow. I get your model. I understand that. But have you thought and have you been in discussions with other jurisdictions to put in a recording system as the ride would start on the GPS process so that traction of discussions, driver behavior, client behavior be recorded during the period of the ride, and that be saved on servers for Uber for an extended, 24, 48 hours a week, whatever that might be, and then deleted for safety, for personal safety measures. I'd like to hear from you on that specific.
Through you, Madam Chair, I'm not aware of conversations in the company in that regard. I mean, they're always working on technological innovation, so I can't, I'm not an expert on every technological innovation that is in the pipeline, so to speak. But with regards to that, the only concern I would raise is the reason why, beyond the fact of all the reasons the staff report and KPMG report have outlined about why they are unnecessary in a PTC vehicle, putting all that aside, the cameras themselves have evidentiary requirements so that they're quite, the installation of them, remember these are taxis versus the installation on a private vehicle that's an otherwise family vehicle. So there's all those concerns and that make those cameras very expensive. So you'd be looking at something probably in the range of $1,000 or more for someone that's going to choose to drive a few hours a week, putting aside the lack of additional safety they provide.
I recognize what you're saying about cameras. The specific question for me is specifically to voice recording. Beyond the logistics of figuring out the model and the privacy concerns and so on, is that something that you'd be open to include in the application so that when the ride's activated, there's a voice recording that records the conversation as part of the ride?
Through you, Madam Chair, at this point I would have to say no, and it's not something the company, to my knowledge, has contemplated doing. I know for sure it's not something that the driver partner phone does currently. It's not required by Uber and other ride-sharing companies, and for sure has not been made a requirement in the regulatory pieces of legislation that have been passed on the subject of ride-sharing to date. So that, for all the reasons I've outlined already, is something that Uber doesn't support for all the reasons in the KPMG and staff report.
Okay. Thank you very much. Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Councillor Fleury. Councillor Kakish.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Mr. Schaefer, for being there for 2 hours, and I assure you this is not part of our torture strategy for you. I have a couple of questions. I think most of my colleagues have asked those already, so I won't take too much time, but one of the things that obviously the sentiment around here, and I'm sure you got it already, is that there's some trust issues that have been created as a result of the philosophy that Uber has adopted in terms of coming into municipalities across the country and operating with complete disregard to the bylaws. And I know you've been asked this and you've answered it. I'm not really assured yet. I think, the way Uber has operated in municipalities has left a bad taste in my mouth and for a lot of legislators. So what assurances are you giving us to trust you to comply? And I can tell you it's not going to be this report because there's lots of motions coming. So with those amendments that are going to be coming forward, that you will be complying and working in good faith in the City of Ottawa?
Through you, Madam Chair, excellent question. What I can do is point to the 70-plus jurisdictions in which we're regulated currently and the manner in which we're complying with those bylaws currently in good faith and collaboration with the city. I'd like to believe my interactions with council members and city staff have been professional, collegial, and that is the way I carry myself, but also the way in which I know other people at the company to carry themselves. So we are doing this in jurisdictions across the world. Ottawa is not the first one in the world to address these issues, but the precedent has been set in a number of jurisdictions where the nature of the relationship is healthy, productive, and collaborative.
Okay. I mean, you're a lawyer and you realize that you're operating illegally in the city of Ottawa, though, right? So how is that productive?
So, Kakish, can you speak into the microphone? We're having trouble hearing you.
My other question was in terms of criminal activity. When criminal activity, I know the camera's a deal breaker for you. In terms of any criminal activity within your vehicles, where is that information retained? Is it in the States or is it here? And how would you be assuring us that that would be handed over for police to investigate?
Through Madam Chair, great question, Councillor. So what I can point to is already, even outside of a regulatory framework contemplated by the city, there is and has been very productive relationships with city and also law enforcement locally across cities in the province of Ontario and beyond to get them the information they need in order to investigate allegations, to prosecute where necessary. That's happening already. We have teams in place for that purpose. So we're doing all of that already quite cooperatively and productively. So I have no reason to believe that wouldn't continue.
And so there is no problem accessing that information. Has there been any criminal activity in Ontario in Uber vehicles?
Through you, Madam Chair, I am aware of allegations made, and we work with law enforcement to get the information they need. As a tech company, we have GPS-related data, where the trip began, where the trip ended. We know who was in the car, a bunch of data that we work with the authorities to assist them in their investigation, and then the courts of law will sort out whether someone's in fact guilty of the allegation made.
Okay. One of the things that I was talking about with Councillor Blais earlier, and I see he's not on the list, so I'll ask this question, is in the case of a national emergency in terms of what you would do, because your app right now does not pick that up in terms of surge pricing. So let's say there's an incident downtown and everybody needs to be evacuated. So is there anything that can be done in terms of being more open to that idea in terms of the surging at that emergency situation?
Through you, Madam Chair, great question. So what I can point to is some examples. Like in the United States, we have a partnership with the Red Cross. So during declared states of national, state, local emergency, the surge differential is donated to the Red Cross. Again, it keeps the dynamic pricing model intact and ensures people get the rides they need when they really need them. The difference there as a good corporate citizen is we provide that as a donation to Red Cross. In other markets, as I outlined earlier, there are a handful, very few, but a handful, that have imposed legislative requirements that cap price at a set amount, and they vary by jurisdiction, during times of declared emergency by a local mayor or provincial official, whatever the case might be, and it's the declared states of emergency that would trigger that response.
So the app is adaptable to that, and you'd be open to us bringing something forward that would cap the pricing?
Through you, Madam Chair. So that is possible. Some jurisdictions have imposed that requirement. In different jurisdictions where that isn't required, we have different arrangements with charitable entities to get them the differential in terms of a donation. That's productive as well. There's lots of ways of productively engaging that. Ultimately, though, in our opinion, and in the report of KPMG and the staff report, they have not recommended a policy of the variety in which you're inquiring about. So I would support fundamentally that approach. And what I'm sharing with you is what other jurisdictions, a very small number of them, have decided to do with respect to putting a cap, if you like, during times of declared states of emergency.
In other municipalities like Edmonton where you've legalized, I suspect the number of the supply of drivers goes up. Is that fair to say?
Through you, Madam Chair, my suspicion would be that if the bylaw contemplated is passed and implemented here in Ottawa, that may encourage on two fronts, more people to download the app and use it as a passenger, and I suspect that more people might be encouraged to apply to become driver partners, and then ultimately, or additionally to that, you might see the entrance of companies like, and again, I can't speak on their behalf, the Lyfts of the world, maybe it's the Ride Co. Out of Kitchener-Waterloo, and others. I can't
Those
say.
are the companies that wait for us to get the bylaw and then come operate, as opposed to doing it the other way around and ask us for forgiveness later. My point where I was going with that is, what is the impact on the pricing once it's regulated? So in Edmonton, does pricing go up? Does it go down once it passes? What's happened there, and what generally would happen in that circumstances?
Through you, Madam Chair. So what we see happen in markets that have undergone this process, a couple of things. It's an opportunity for taxis, as per the staff and KPMG recommendations, to provide them the flexibility in-app to be more competitive. So in-app, when you book on a taxi app, for example, a lot of jurisdictions allow for price variability in order to compete. So maybe there is a taxi app that wants to offer a Toonie Tuesday, or whatever the case might be, that competitive force that the Competition Bureau of Canada highlighted. We start to see taxi companies, especially with some of the reforms contemplated in the staff report here today, that flexibility to do different things in a competitive and dynamic marketplace. I think that's healthy. I think it's a win for drivers because more affordable prices mean more ride requests and more money earned. Riders benefit because it means they have choice in the marketplace and a real healthy, dynamic, competitive marketplace where they can download the taxi app, they can download Blue Line's app, they can download Uber, maybe it's Rideco's app, and compare prices in real time in-app, or if they're uncomfortable, they can hail or go to a taxi stand and get a taxi. We're also seeing, of course, the proliferation of many other options that are allowing people to live car-free or car-light lifestyles. Ride-sharing, car-sharing, bike-sharing in the city of Ottawa. All of these choices are redefining and retransforming the way people get around their cities in very healthy ways.
I don't want to get into it with you here, but I don't like when you use those buzzwords, because you know you're doing the same service that a taxi is doing of moving people from point A to point B, and that's not ride sharing, but I'm not going to get into that debate with you. I didn't get a clear answer on that. So once it is legalized, what generally is the pattern in terms of the surge pricing? The supply and demand is going to be different, obviously, because it would be legal in that case, like it is in Edmonton. Is there a trend of upward or downward as a general trend in terms of the fare? Would it be less or more?
Through Madam Chair, it's no difference we see in the markets. Says you've got a product already that's very popular, so we're constantly working to ensure supply and demand are equilibrium, and we see no difference, frankly, in those prices. What we do see is a real competitive dynamic marketplace in which taxi is competing on customer service aspects, price aspects, things that they really never had to worry about in the past when they were really the only option. Now they start to dynamically engage in ways in which to attract new business or keep the current business volume they have happy.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Shaver. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you, Councillor Kakish. Councillor Blais.
Thanks very much, Madam Chair. How many complaints has Uber received in Ottawa since January 1st?
Through you, Madam Chair, I don't have that data, and it would be a bit, at least with me, and it would be I can imagine, just thinking about it right now for a few seconds, a definitional issue. What is a complaint?
Yeah, so you're running out the clock on me, so just if you don't have the data, just say that, and I don't need an explanation. Okay. How many registered drivers do you have in Ottawa today?
Through you, Madam Chair, I don't have the specific number with me, but I know it's upwards of 2,000 driver partners. And just key,
if you don't have the information,
I want to point out that doesn't mean that all 2,000 Uber driver partners are on the road 24 hours a day, 365 days a year.
I understand the model. How many drivers have been removed from the model in Ottawa since you've become part of our community?
Through you, Madam Chair, I don't have that data with me.
Okay. So since data is at the heart of your business, as you've indicated earlier, why did Uber send someone with no data to come convince us that we should regulate your business?
Okay, we do not allow for that kind of show in the council chamber. If you can't show respect in the council chamber, you will be asked to leave.
Through you, Madam Chair, in regards to your question, I in my role, public policy role, engage with communities, municipalities, dozens and dozens of them, just alone in the province of Ontario, not to mention other jurisdictions in this country. So, and as a tech company that collects and retains and secures data on a whole range of things, for me to know in every jurisdiction, at every particular day that I happen to be in a different city, every unique aspect of data would be challenging for me. But as I conduct myself and our team conducts ourselves, is a collaborative way that I can work and Uber can work with the city staff, regulators, to ensure they have data required by the law, contemplated to enforce and exercise compliance.
Yeah, that's a fair point. I don't expect you to know everything all the time, but the three things I asked go directly to what's being contemplated in terms of how the regulations will work and why we're regulating in the first place. Why do you keep going back to this need for some kind of external camera? Your drivers use smartphones. Every smartphone I've seen has a camera on it. Why couldn't the camera simply turn on when the ride starts?
Through you, Madam Chair, I understand that wouldn't satisfy what folks that contemplate cameras being in vehicles would not satisfy those requirements, is my understanding. It's not, again, a requirement that any jurisdiction has contemplated, including jurisdictions across this province.
Okay. Why would it not satisfy the need or the desired outcome of having the camera?
Through you, Madam Chair, while not being an expert in this area, I rely more on the staff report and KPMG report. My understanding, it could be as a result of the fact that there might be concerns that the driver partner might tamper with footage. I can't say. So a better place to maybe direct that question at staff at a particular point.
Okay. So when I register as a driver for Uber, I submit my photo, and that's part of the recognition process. Can I change my photo at any time?
Through you, Madam Chair, there is a process through which that driver partners become onboarded, and there is the obligation to obviously provide us a range of data and documentation, including a photo. So much like license plates, like driver's licenses change the photo over time, I can imagine as a company there would be a need to update photos over time.
That wasn't my question. Can I log on as the driver and change my photo just like I change it on Facebook and Twitter and everything else?
Through you, Madam Speaker, my understanding is that is not possible.
Okay. Will you share with us the algorithm that drives the surge pricing?
Through you, Madam Speaker, I can't, in my position, make that commitment. My understanding is that that has not been something that the company has done given the proprietary nature of its technology. So I would probably imagine, to be very frank, the answer would be no, out of grave concern for the protection of its proprietary information.
So how can we be assured that that is in fact a fair representation of supply and demand?
Through you, Madam Speaker, the customer service protections that we build into the technology so that people know the price they're paying, they can see that in real time, they can lock it in terms of...
No, excuse me, sir. That's not the question I asked.
With all due respect, I'm about to get there. I understand where you're going with that question. So in terms of all those protections I've already outlined from a customer service point of view, as a company, we have an obligation to our consumers to keep prices competitive. If we have frankly, to be very frank, no interest in surge pricing. We actually don't like to see it. Our goal is to keep the price, supply and demand, in equilibrium so we never have to surge. But recognizing the business model is not one in which a set number of cars are on the road 12 hours a day, 24 hours, 12-hour shifts, 24 hours a day. Recognizing that that business model is taxi, it's not our business model. What tools can we use to ensure an adequate level of supply and demand? And in our model, it's a dynamic pricing model used by other industries as well.
So you have an obligation to your customers, which is great. You have an obligation to the business model of the industry, which is fine. You also have an obligation to oblige by regulation. When any of those things is in conflict, what is your default position? Which do you weigh more?
Through you, Madam Chair, I would encourage councillors around the table to look to the staff report recommendations in terms of what they've recommended. I'm supportive of those recommendations.
I'm not asking what our staff have recommended. I have lots of time to talk to them. I'm asking you, as a representative of your organization and your business, as a philosophy of your business, what does your business weigh higher?
Through you, Madam Speaker, in terms of weighing higher, what so you can clarify the question.
You said you put your customers and you weigh your customer needs at the forefront. You also talked about participating in a business, and there's weight to that business model. And you also have an obligation to weigh the regulatory environment in which you operate. When those three things are in conflict, which outweighs the other?
Through you, Madam Speaker, I don't think there is any conflict here. What the staff has proposed is a recognition of business models that are distinct, and ride-sharing operates under a model in which dynamic pricing meets supply and demand. It's also contemplated in the staff report to give taxi industry flexibility in the way in which they price their product, all ultimately to the benefit of both drivers and riders in the city.
So will you share publicly what the geofencing is for the surge pricing in Ottawa?
Through you, Madam Speaker, now I can't make that commitment myself, but what I can commit to is the bylaw and its requirements to share data is there, and we would undertake to obviously follow that bylaw as passed by the city at some point, maybe by this council next week as contemplated, at least the deliberations of that. So at that point, we'd have to consider what the data obligations are, and we have every intention to meet those requirements.
Sure. So since your surge pricing isn't actually live monitored, it's an algorithm, how do you address emergencies that arrive that are not declared states of emergency, such as, terrorists taking over a cafe in a downtown environment, which has happened, and surge pricing comes into effect as people are fleeing for their lives? How do you address that to stop that from happening?
Through you, Madam Speaker, again, what's important for us is we always think about transportation being as easy to obtain as running water. You turn on the tap and the water is there. You push a button on the phone and the car is there. Often in these instances, it's crucial that people can get access to transportation to get them where they need to go. Our model facilitates that. in certain jurisdictions where bylaws have been passed to have us put a cap, if you like, on that model. What happens is people tend to wait longer for their rides, but we can do that and are doing it in a few jurisdictions. We are also in jurisdictions where that is not required in the U.S., having partnerships with charitable organizations like Red Cross to help fund their activities in states of emergency through that differential.
So the philosophy of your business and of your drivers is that they'll help people in need as long as they'll make a good profit off of it, but when surge pricing isn't in effect, they just won't participate.
Through you, Madam Speaker, no, I would not characterize it that way.
And why do people wait longer?
Well, what will happen is we see this, stepping outside of the rare and thankfully rare states of terrorism or emergencies. What we find is that we can better match supply and demand and better or ensure better that people are getting a ride when they absolutely need one in a very transparent, very consumer protection oriented manner, with all the information up front for people to make that choice. People always have the choice to use a taxi and other ways to get around the city. Ride sharing is simply another option, and we work hard to ensure that people get a ride when they need one, at the same time recognizing as good corporate citizens ways in which we can use the platform to help other charitable endeavors through donations or using the platform like we have with Goodwill to deliver used clothing. A whole host of ways we look to be good corporate citizens in the City of Ottawa.
Yeah, you're saints. How is it that you can expect the regulator not to ask and receive the basis of a fundamental principle of your model?
Through you, Madam Chair, I can't make that commitment myself. That would be something that the business would, above my pay grade to make, but frankly, I would look to the staff report, and what I see in there is pretty robust obligations on us to share data with the city, and we are doing this in jurisdictions all over the world, and will continue to do so.
So will someone above your pay grade be part of the negotiations of what happens after something gets passed by council, or will it be left to you?
Through you, Madam Chair, there is an opportunity also. Ian Black, our General Manager in Canada, is on the speakers list today. I'm not sure where, but there will be an opportunity to ask him questions as well.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Blair. Councillor Alshantari.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Shaver. And I don't sit on this committee, but I came in to listen, and I've been listening to many of my colleagues asking the same question, but yet I haven't heard a compelling answer about the camera in the vehicles. So in the past, we have cameras on a school bus, and we saw the reduction in running the school bus. We saw the camera in the taxi solve a lot of crime for the police and for the city and create a safety for your passenger and your driver both equally. So I don't understand the resistance to have a camera in the vehicle.
Through you, Madam Chair, again, I'll point to the recommendations of the KPMG report and the staff report.
I'm not asking about the report. I read the report. I'm asking you.
Yes, and I will echo their recommendation in terms of the thinking that they've done on why, given the fact that an Uber ride, like a limousine that doesn't have a camera requirement, never has, doesn't have one currently under your bylaw or under the City of Ottawa's bylaw, it's prearranged. We know that no one's anonymous in the Uber vehicle. We know who all parties are, Uber and the rider and the driver. There's no cash exchanged. There is GPS routing tracking of that trip. There is the ability to provide feedback in real time to Uber, monitor it, responded to in real time. There is the fact that we have emergency response teams that can reach out if instances are alleged. There is the ability for us to remotely deactivate a driver or a rider's account if an allegation is made. For all of those reasons that I have just provided that are echoed in reports before us today, and the fact that we are not against public safety. To us, it's paramount. But with all the public safety requirements that the bylaw already provides for, background checks, vehicle inspections, motor vehicle reference checks, things that we already are doing outside a regulatory framework and will continue to do under this bylaw. All of those things are in place. Now you've taken a vehicle camera that the staff already suggested is not going to enhance safety in any way. You're going to impose a cost of at least $1,000 for these cameras on the backs of people on a business model in which it's not taxi. And for all the reasons I outlined, makes it safer in an Uber vehicle. It's not anonymous.
So
it's cashless.
Are you saying
going to impose that on those
the
folks.
taxi will be safer for the passenger than you're saying because they have a camera and you don't?
Through you, Madam Speaker, I'm suggesting the cameras and the shields, and sometimes, taxis, at least in Toronto, have, there must be a button a taxi driver can push, and the light outside the car will blink and say, there'll be a sticker that says, in the event of emergency or flashing, please call 911. All of those things, shield, camera, button, flashing light in the taxi, were designed to keep drivers safe. Why? Because brokers, the driver don't know who is getting in the back of a car. So they put shields around the driver. They put the blinking light. They put a camera to keep them safe. But when you have a model in which parties are no longer anonymous, in which there is no cash, in which we have the ability to remotely deactivate drivers' accounts, in which we have emergency response teams, and you have the ability to provide real-time written feedback, monitored, responded to in real time. All of those things not possible in taxis because of the different business model. The staff and KPMG have looked at that and said a camera is absolutely required for those reasons inside a taxi. However, looking at the unique business model of ride-sharing and limousines currently in the city of Ottawa that have been running for a period of time, a long time, without a camera requirement, they have determined that that is not a necessary requirement and will only effectively act as a tax on people that are looking to do this for a few hours a week, and you're going to impose a requirement that's not going to improve safety for them. It's just going to solely act as another cost on those folks.
You're repeating the same answer you said earlier. What I'm interested in, and we saw the solvency of problem when they engage between a passenger and the driver, and those cameras become very helpful to the police on both sides, for the driver and for the passenger. That exchange, he said, she said, will be eliminated with the cameras. And that's not what I'm hearing from you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Al-Shantiri. So, seeing no further questions for the delegation, thank you, Mr. Schaefer, for being here. We appreciate it.
Thank you, committee.
So, one down, 100 to go. And one of my colleagues has requested a brief recess. It's 1:05. I'm going to recess until 1:20. Please be back exactly at 1:20. Thank you. Okay, I can ask everyone to take their seats. It's 1:20. We're going to resume.
Normally I have gum with me, but I forgot my gum. Dan, what did you get it down to?
Don't know yet.
That was actually a better move because we had a lot of speed.
Please take your seats. The committee is about to resume. Okay. Our next speaker is Joel Harden, Contract Instructor, Department of Law and Legal Studies, Carleton University. And Mr. Harden will be followed by Dean McCracken, Uber driver. So good afternoon, Mr. Harden. Sorry for the long wait. You have 5 minutes to address the committee. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll try to be as focused as I can because I know a lot of my fellow citizens here want to also offer their remarks. As you mentioned, I teach in the Department of Law and Legal Studies at Carleton University. I've done a fair amount of my own research into the sharing economy, and I wanted to frame my remarks this afternoon around 3 questions for Council, and I think a lot of them have actually come up already in the questions you had for Mr. Schaefer. First, what has Uber done to earn your trust and to earn our city's trust? That's my first question I want to raise with you. Secondly, why is Uber not operating at the moment in Calgary and Vancouver? And last, given everything you've heard and given the research you've been furnished with, how will you protect the public interest in this matter? So those are my 3 questions. And to start with my first, I don't think Uber at this moment has done a lot to earn your trust, or for that matter, for those of us engaged in legal research, for those of us who are concerned citizens. I actually think the company has a quite deliberate strategy when it moves into various marketplaces. Travis Kalanick, Uber's CEO, calls it principled confrontation when he was interviewed by Forbes magazine. Essentially, Uber's business model is that it will walk into a marketplace, into a city, and continue to operate regardless of what the rules suggest. And a lot of analysts, including myself, believe that that's the way it softens the ground, to see how resilient the regulatory architecture is in the city in question. And I think what's happened in Ottawa is that we've tried to deploy our resources, thanks to the members of QP 503 who do that work, the bylaw officers, and we found ourselves overwhelmed because Uber is a company that doesn't play by the rules. They want to envision themselves as being the Martin Luthers of our era and nailing the theses to the door. But the concern I have is, as has been pointed out, how can you ensure the technical report you've been furnished is recommending a 10.5 cent per fare remuneration back to the city from ride-sharing services like Uber. But you're counting, the regulatory framework you're proposing, you're counting on Uber to furnish you with that information. That leads to my second question. Why is Uber not operating in Calgary and in Vancouver? And for me, as a researcher, it's very clear. In Calgary, Mayor Nemshi and the professionals assigned to look into this matter went with the model that Mr. Schaefer talked about, a driver model, asking for $220 per driver and asking for a police-authorized criminal record check and a Category 4 driver's license for very, very clear reasons. The City of Calgary and the City of Vancouver want to maintain their own in-house regulatory standards that they can measure against a human being that allegedly or not commits an infraction. That's the model we have in the City of Ottawa. And notwithstanding the fact that drivers, many of whom are here today, had to pay $700 to furnish their cabs with that information, which I, as a citizen, find objectionable. I think Coventry Connections, and I think Uber, should actually pay to have that security architecture in those cabs. I think what we're seeing, the resistance we're seeing, the unhelpful regulatory red tape that we're hearing about from Mr. Schaefer, has to do with the fact that they want a different regulatory environment where the metrics and the data are first furnished by them and submitted to us in good faith. And what I can tell you as a researcher is that I'm very uncomfortable with the notion that we would cede our regulatory capacity to a third party. I don't think it's fair. I think it creates a different environment for drivers, for citizens, and for users. Lastly, how will you protect the public interest? I have to say that the KPMG report doesn't give you a lot, to my mind, at any rate, of useful advice to that regard. I actually want you to take a closer look at your colleagues in Calgary, in Vancouver, and in other cities around the world, and I'll send Mr. Desjardins some research in this regard after today. I think we need to maintain the standards that have been debated and fought for within our municipal context, and we have to make sure that we are the ones who actually can calculate data and we're not reliant upon third parties. They need to meet our standards and not the other way around. And when and if we take more of a Calgarian approach to actually saying ride-sharing services have a place within our city, we need to make sure that there is a cost to participate in that economy. Mr. Schaefer talks about it as onerous red tape. The research I have in our city is that many Uber drivers are working upwards of 10 or 12 hours a day. So I want to thank you for listening to me. I want to thank you for your hard work today and the next number of days. It's very important. And I welcome any questions you have, but quite honestly, you have a lot of other people to hear from.
Thank you, Mr. Harden. Don't go away. There is a question. Councillor Egli.
Actually, there's two quick questions. Over here. You talked, in that last phrase, you talked about your research showing you believe that Uber drivers are actually driving 10 to 12 hours per day. Can you flesh that out for us? What was the nature of your research and how did you arrive at that conclusion?
It's anecdotal, Mr. Egli, Councillor Egli, excuse me. My nature of my research is qualitative methods, and I interview people. And I've interviewed a number of people in the city who self-identify as Uber drivers. 45% of the people I've talked to are former taxi drivers. And they're not just looking for a little extra money to pay for green fees. They're trying to feed their families. And I think ride-sharing services have a place in an economy, but I don't see how we would allow Uber and Lyft and companies like them to have another regulatory framework that the city doesn't control. And quite frankly, I do have a lot of sympathy for drivers that I use all the time for my own work who've spent generations building up licenses that are plummeting in value because we can't figure out why Uber should be required to follow the same regulatory framework that they do. I have a lot of respect for people who drive taxis in this city, and I know you do too, and I think it's incumbent upon us to apply standards fairly.
So assuming we were to decide on a bylaw that would allow PTCs to operate in the city, based on your research, what is the single biggest change you would recommend to us in the existing report?
The gap from the report? I actually, there are three. I would insist that the city levy its fee to operate as it does on drivers on an individual driver basis and retain that control and integrity. Secondly, I would insist that a police-conducted criminal record check, and I believe there's some ambiguity. Some people read what's been prepared by KPMG and say that's what's in the report, but
that's my understanding from talking to Mr. DeMonte and Sue Jones, that it will be. Yes.
Great, because actually that's another public office conducting that research that we do for people who work with kids in their city and summer camps and stuff, and it fits within that same goal of public safety. And last but not least, the province of Alberta has just come out with its regulatory framework around this matter, and they've asked for a Category 4 driver's license for people operating in Edmonton and anywhere else in the province of Alberta, and I think that's required. We need to have a level of expertise, and I support those here who have actually said that the Algonquin College program is a very important program that will demonstrate sincerity and knowledge of all of the things that people have mentioned earlier.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Councillor Egli, and thank you, Mr. Harden. Our next speaker is Dean McCracken, Uber driver, and Mr. McCracken will be followed by Richard Surtees, President of Westway Taxi. You have 5 minutes. Go ahead.
Great. Well, I joined as a Uber driver last summer in 2015. It presented myself as a great opportunity, as some of my other deaf friends have undertaken work with Uber. So I decided to give it a try, and I went through the application process and was approved. The first day, I have to admit, I was quite nervous as a deaf person now becoming a driver with Uber, but I have to tell you that my reservations were unfounded. It's been such an amazing opportunity. I've had a lot of success. My passengers know I'm deaf before they get into the cab, and that happened because of a suggestion that I brought up with Uber as I started driving. And within a matter of time, they implemented the iteration to include in the app the information to the customer to know that I'm deaf. So they get a message saying the driver's deaf, and I thought with the institution of that I may have less calls, if you will, but it was opposite to that fact. It actually reduced the awkwardness of a passenger coming into my cab and me having to identify myself as deaf. So when they come in my cab, they already know I'm deaf, and I say hi, and it's really comfortable, and there hasn't been any problems with that respect. I understand that we're here today to talk about a serious issue, about bylaws and whatnot, but I urge you to consider the opportunities that are presented to me as a deaf person, a member of the disabled community. You may not know in Montreal, there's about 12 or 14 deaf drivers right now with Uber in Montreal. In Ottawa, there was a higher number, but 37 of them left because of all of the problems that are happening right now. So now, in Montreal, there's 12 full-time deaf Uber drivers. They're experiencing different issues. They've been arrested and whatnot by the Montreal police for whatever reason, but based on my experience here, driving in the city of Ottawa, and interacting with other Uber drivers and even taxi drivers, everybody's been quite friendly. Even though they know that I'm an Uber driver, I haven't experienced any backlash or anything. So my experience has been quite positive. Like myself, my colleagues in Montreal that are deaf and driving, it's because of the lack of opportunity for employment for deaf individuals, and this is a way for us to earn income. A few of those drivers have said that, they've been on welfare assistance, but now, since the opportunity with Uber, they've been able to stop receiving welfare assistance and now rely on full-time income from Uber, and it's increased their standard of living. I do this part-time because my daughter is involved in extracurricular activities, and I want to be able to continue that, and I feel that my family has benefited a lot from the extra income that I'm making, and I have to make you understand that as a deaf person, and especially in the world of employment, I face many discriminatory practices. I'm not given the chance for promotions. Communication in the workplace is very difficult because others don't understand sign language. And with the Uber model, I'm able to be my own boss. I'm able to look forward to developing my work with Uber and also the possibilities as an individual with my increased income. Now, in terms of having extra directions or communications with my consumer or the customer, passenger, if you will, there's not really a lot of need to do that because of the GPS capability within the app, because it gives me directions to where the pickup location is to the drop-off location. Everything is seamless, and it's quite efficient. on an aside, I got a 2.7 rating for an overnight drive. It was about 3 o'clock in the morning, and I wasn't sure what had happened, but I pulled over.
Mr. McCracken, your time is up. Could you please wrap up?
Okay, sure. I guess the point is saying a deaf person that has recently lost their legs to amputation was having frustrations with paratranspo and getting the rides when they needed it. So they asked me if I could help with them.
Okay, we're going to have to leave it there.
I'm sorry, but they asked me if I could work with them because I'm deaf. And so
okay, I'm going to stop you there. I'm sorry, time's up, and we're being fair to everyone and trying to apportion the same time to everyone. Thank you for being here. Are there any questions for the delegation? There is one. Councillor Blais.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I'm right over here. Thank you very much for your presentation this morning and for your story. As an Uber driver, would you be opposed to taking a driver course to be allowed to continue to drive with Uber?
That's a good question. I did go through a series of video training before I started as a driver, and that was beneficial, but I don't know what the experience is for the hearing drivers, but from my perspective, I've been getting 4.8 stars in terms of customer service satisfaction ratings through the app, myself and the other deaf drivers, so I feel that the training that I had was sufficient.
Thank you. I appreciate that, and congratulations on your high rating. I suppose, though, my question is more, if it was required to take place, would you then take such a course to continue being able to drive?
Oh, yes, absolutely. I mean, if it's a requirement, I would have to. If I wasn't in step with the bylaws and regulations, then I wouldn't be covered by insurance, and therefore I wouldn't be able to drive and earn an income. So, of course, I would do what was required.
Wonderful. Thank you very much for coming today.
Thank you, Councillor Blais, and thank you, Mr. McCracken, for being here today. Our next speaker is Richard Surtees, President of Westway Taxi, and Mr. Surtees will be followed by Steve Ball, President of the Ottawa Gatineau Hotel Association.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Richard Surtees. I am president of Westway Taxi. We are a local family-owned company, and next year we will be celebrating our 35th year in the taxi industry. We currently have about 170 vehicles and about 250 drivers. The drivers are we have a very good relationship with our drivers, many of whom tenure we can measure in years and decades, not weeks and months, and many of whom work for their livelihoods to put food on their tables, pay their rent and mortgages, not just to save up for leisure. During this time, in our 35 years, we've seen many changes to the taxi industry and have participated with many of you in the changes that we've seen, changes that have resulted in improvement to driver training, vehicle standards, driver standards, accessibility, and overall improvements in regulations that have come about and resulted in aids to ensure public safety and customer protection. With the advent of private transportation companies, we did foresee that we would be sitting here discussing these particular issues. So here we are today, and with many delegations speaking after me, I specifically wanted to speak early in order to ask the councillors and the committee to please listen to everybody on each side, paying particular attention to the issue of equity, and not just equity in how the bylaws are applied, but the equity of the service itself. It can't be stressed that when I call a taxi and it arrives and I pay, there's no difference between whether I press a button on an app and a vehicle comes and I pay through the app. I sincerely request that when we discuss all the topics, you remember and consider the fundamentals that of this pay for hire service. Whether, there's an argument that's been said that, a taxi can have a taxi stand where an Uber vehicle is only hailed through the app. Well, fundamentally, there's no difference if I'm at the hotel and there's a taxi stand and I pick up my phone and an Uber drives up to the front door, or a taxi that's been sitting there at the stand drives up to the front door. Once I'm in the vehicle, everything is the same. And therefore, we have to realize that because of the equity of the service, we have to have equity of the bylaw. And some things that I'd like to draw your attention to that currently are not equal are not items that are going to be, that a PTC would be opposed to, such as, why does a taxi driver have to have his criminal record search submitted to the city and not the PTC? Why does the taxi driver have to have his car inspected by the city and not the PTC? Although the requirements are there to submit these to the PTC, this is not the same and is not creating a level playing field. Simple adjustments like that, where everybody is mandated equally, will go a long way in ensuring that the playing field is leveled. Similarly, with insurance, there is no way of verifying the amount of time that a PTC driver is on the road. Why should one person have a limited type of insurance where the taxi driver has to have a full-time insurance? If you're going to be driving, it should cover you all the time. As happens in these types of services, relationships are built between customers and drivers. If I like an Uber driver, maybe one day I'm going to just call him up directly and not through the app.
Mr. Certes, your time is up. Could you wrap up, please?
I will wrap up, sure. I'm going to urge you that, it's been said that councillors have, that the committee has made brave changes to the proposed bylaw to accommodate Uber. My vision and my hope is that rather than accommodating these types of companies, councillor and committee...
Thank you, Mr. Certes.
Two more words. Rather than accommodating them, they will allow them to join the taxi bylaw, since they are providing the same type of service.
Thank you. There are some questions. Don't go away, starting with Councillor Brockington.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Given the review that's been undertaken the last little while, the introduction of Uber to Ottawa, the competition that this has introduced, how will Westway evolve and improve itself after the revised bylaw is passed? How are you as a company going to get better?
Well, as a company, we are already embracing technology. There are very similar apps to what is out there today with an Uber type of app. We are in-house providing additional training to address issues that the public has brought up that wherein they favor certain things in an Uber-type environment than a taxi environment. These things are constantly ongoing, and you know, we maybe have been a little late, but we certainly have caught up. And that type of thing is going on, but it can only go on, and we can only provide these things for our full-time drivers with a level playing field. And that's really what I'd like to stress, is that no matter what we do, we can't achieve our goals and reach our means if we're constantly battling something that's doing the same thing and required to do less.
The KPMG report identifies a customer service satisfaction differential from passengers who take traditional taxis versus Uber. What have you learned from this report, and how will you focus on customer service going forward?
Well, way back, Westway was the first company to require our drivers to undergo a superhost training course. Now, this we haven't done in about at least a decade or maybe longer, but it is something that we've brought up again. You know, we don't have a driver rating system yet, but if this is another option that we can look at, customer service is the industry that we're in, and we realize that we don't have a problem with competition so long as it's equal and fair.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Blackington. Councillor Blake.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good part of your presentation has been about equality and fairness and level playing field, et cetera. And so I'm wondering if you would expect to make use of the provision that would allow you to discount rates with booking through an app.
Thank you. That's a good question. It's not something that I personally at our company have had discussions on at this time. So I don't want to say yes or no to that. You know, the challenge really is that why, when you're in an industry that's requiring so much of you with respect to expenses, how is that going to make you more by reducing your income in order to compete with somebody who has far less expenses, whereas, you know, you're at some point there's a line where the benefit, you know, the gain doesn't outweigh what you're doing.
So you see the metered rate then, or a fixed rate that changes with time and distance, et cetera. You see that as a way of ensuring a certain profit margin.
Well, what I'm saying is that if you have fixed expenses like taxis do, then you have to be able to earn enough to cover your expenses and then have enough money to take home at the end of the day. If you're competing against a service where the expenses are significantly less, you know, then, you know, it's like chopping off your head despite your face kind of thing. You know, it's not helping the situation even by lowering the prices.
So if the things that were driving your expenses to be higher than the other companies that are trying to get into the market, if those expenses were to come down, you would lower or not need such a high metered rate?
Well, I certainly think that's part of the equation.
Okay. And so what do you believe, one of the other things you mentioned was taxi stands. What do you, as a president of the company, why is a taxi stand valuable to maintain?
Taxi stands are a reason to be affiliated with a company that serves that area. It's a reason why you're paying the city your fee as a driver and a plate holder for that exclusivity. If it was a wide open area, then there would be no then there would be nothing differentiating a taxi.
No, but there must be an inherent value to the industry in having the taxi stand. So I'm wondering, as the president of the company, what do you see as the inherent value of continuing to have taxi stands?
Well, on a private taxi stand, if that's what you're referring to, I suppose, like at a hotel, it would, it would ensure that the vehicles associated with that company would have the exclusivity of picking up at that location.
But you don't see any value in having reserved taxi pickup only locations then?
There is, for sure, certainly at a place like an airport where people just walk out. But, everything, if you create a scenario where even if I'm at a hotel, for example, and there's a cab sitting there, but my option is to pick up my phone and for half price take something else, it reduces the value of that stand.
So as the president of a company, you would be okay with taking out taxi stands and reserved taxi pickup locations throughout the downtown?
Well, I can't speak to that in the grand scope of things. It's more of a taxi industry item. But I think anything that brought equity to the industry where all the players were involved, that's the issue.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Anyone else? I think we would like to probe that a little bit more, because I personally see a lot of advantage for the taxi industry in being the only ones that can arrange fares through telephone, for example, the only ones that can have cash fares, the only ones that can have street hails. And I'm not sure that you really want to level that playing field. So you would say, yes, you do?
What I'm saying is that the situation is now where you have these. Listen, if you cash fares or not cash fares, that's not the issue. The issue and parking on the street. Also, if you still have situations where somebody is able to get the same service by a different means for half the price, whether you're sitting there on the street or the person calls for that other service on their phone ahead of time is the factor that's going to make the difference.
So you'd be fine with leveling that playing field in all those ways and just opening it up to everyone?
Well, I'm sure if it was opened up in that sense, where all the security issues were addressed, where everybody had to have full-time commercial insurance, where everybody had to present their licenses and inspections to the city, where everybody had to have their vehicles inspected, where everybody had to pay a driver's license fee, where everybody had to have cameras, then that would put a level playing field down.
Okay,
there.
and then you would agree to end the limit on the number of plates, because that would only happen if we could issue plates to allow new people to operate.
Well, now you're putting words in my mouth.
No, I'm just asking, because you're talking about a level playing field. Let's talk about how we could effectively, reasonably level the playing field.
Well, it has been proven that a unlimited number of plates is not beneficial to anybody. We've had that experience already with the city of Vanier here prior to amalgamation. There's countless case studies that support a limited number. It's not a topic I touched on up here, but a flooding of the market with an unlimited number of PTCs is also not beneficial to anybody as well. So by doing what you suggest, we get more cars on the road, less dollar per driver in their pocket. It's not a recommendation that I think would be beneficial to anybody.
Okay, we'll leave it there. I'm not suggesting, I'm just asking about how far you're willing to go to level the playing field. Thank you, Mr. Certes. Anyone else? Seeing none, we'll move on to Steve Ball, President of the Ottawa-Gatineau Hotel Association, and Mr. Ball will be followed by Ian Ferris, President and CEO of the Ottawa Chamber of Commerce.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, and councillors. My name is Steve Ball. I am the president of the Ottawa-Gatineau Hotel Association, and I want to thank you today for the opportunity to address you on behalf of our membership. As I'm sure you're aware, our industry is also feeling the impact of the sharing economy. Private hotel rooms are all the rage, and we are meeting with the provincial officials regularly to try to find a fair and an equitable solution for coexistence. As you can imagine, there are many parallels to which you are facing here today. As you're also likely aware, the province and the City of Toronto commissioned a study through the Mars Solutions Lab on the sharing economy, and that was released last week. In this it's the first document I've seen that actually defines what the sharing economy is. It's called A Paradigm for Peer-to-Peer Lending that Enables the Sharing, the Borrowing, or Bartering of Underutilized Assets in Exchange for Goods, Services, or Money. I was comfortable with that description until I saw the words for money. In my mind, that's where the sharing stops and the rental economy starts. As a hotel industry, we believe that anything that improves the guest experience to and from a hotel and to make it easier to travel throughout our city is a good thing. This could include more choices in ground transportation, including light rail, which we are all excited about, improved public walking and cycling paths, better signage, and wayfinding. But public safety and security, as well as conforming to current laws, has to be a non-negotiable condition of engagement. Our industry won't tolerate illegal activities and businesses that put our guests at risk. The playing field needs to be level with new business entrants, and a positive end-user experience must be maintained at all times. I have read the report by the City Taxi Bylaw Committee, and I have reviewed the Mayor's comments. I believe this provides some positive measures to address the fairness issues in the car-for-hire industry, but I think there are some missing pieces that need to be considered. And while I realize some of the suggestions, and they are suggestions, that I'm about to make remain outside of the scope of the city, I would hope that they would be contemplated when informing the decisions going forward. Number one, have one category for businesses that are cars for hire. You are attempting to define a separate private transportation company for app-based services versus traditional taxi companies. Consider them as one. They're all using apps. There is no traditional any longer. And recognize that technology is just the enabler for what these core business models represent. They are simply the car-for-hire business. Two, have one insurance model. You are driving in a car for hire to earn money. You require a commercial insurance policy consistent with the industry. As a passenger, I just want to know that the vehicle I'm in is covered. Three, have common training requirements. Four, have one tax model. Either everyone collects HST from zero-based dollars, or they all start at the $30,000 threshold. Currently, under the Income Tax Act, taxis pay from zero base. Everyone in the car-for-hire business should need to register for an HST number. All companies should be required to charge HST in all fares, so both driver and passenger are able to claim ITC deductions. 6, cars for hire should be forced to collaborate with the CRA by sharing a list of drivers on their platforms, whether they make the $30,000 threshold or not. Income tax is not an option in this country. 7, all drivers within the City of Ottawa should be mandated to share a minimum level of data so that the commercial use of our roadways to be used for evidence-based policy making going forward. In closing, I believe demystifying the noise around the sharing economy is the first step to responsibly addressing this disruption caused by Uber and Airbnb as well. Just because it is shiny and new and people like it does not mean they get a free pass. We have rules for a reason. We have controls for a reason. And we live in a society that pays its fair share to the public purse to ensure a safe environment and, most importantly, equal opportunity for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Baldunkel. Where there's a question, Councillor Egley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a quick question. You said an insurance monitor. Can you elaborate on what you mean by that and how you think it might work?
I'm sorry, I meant to say model, insurance model.
Oh, model, sorry.
Apologies.
Strike that question then.
Thank you, Councillor Egley, and thank you, Mr. Ball. Our next speaker is Ian Ferris, President and CEO, Ottawa Chamber of Commerce, and Mr. Ferris will be followed by Chris Bradshaw, former owner of Virtue Car. Good afternoon, Mr. Ferris. You have 5 minutes. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and Councillors. My name is Ian Ferris. I'm the President and CEO of the Ottawa Chamber of Commerce, and it's my pleasure to address you today in your deliberations on the future of regulating vehicles for hire in Ottawa. The Ottawa Chamber has been an active stakeholder in economic development in our community for over 160 years. The Ottawa Chamber's mandate is to work with our members and the Ottawa business community to identify those priorities that will lead to economic growth and expansion, while working cooperatively with interested stakeholders, including government, to implement those priorities. With a member-focused mandate, the Ottawa Chamber looked at the issue of vehicles for hire closely. We're proud to include Coventry Connections as a long-standing member of the Ottawa Chamber. We've had the opportunity to work with their principals and recognize their long-standing contributions to the business community in Ottawa, as well as the tourism sector. We were able to host its president and CEO, Mr. Hanif Patni, for an important dialogue with the Ottawa business community last month. But we also welcome Uber Canada as a new member of the Ottawa Chamber and hope that they will strive to contribute to our organization, the Ottawa business landscape, and our local community. In terms of the Ottawa Chamber's strategic approach, the issue of vehicles for hire directly impacts our focus on the reduction in the cumulative regulatory burden faced by business in Ottawa, in Ontario, and in Canada. In 2013, the Ottawa Chamber successfully passed a resolution through the Ontario Chamber of Commerce to crack down on the underground economy, which makes it difficult for legitimate businesses to compete. At that time, we called for tougher penalties for non-compliance and a stronger focus on high-risk industries. Specifically, we identified the vehicle for hire industry as a notable example where many legitimate taxi operations were suffering as a result of unlicensed bandit cabs. Today, we're calling on the City and other orders of government to ensure that equity is at the heart of any new vehicle for hire framework in Ottawa. Ottawa Chamber members and companies in the local business community have identified ride-sharing and vehicles for hire as a priority issue for advocacy by the Ottawa Chamber, with 64% of respondents in our fall 2015 Ottawa Business Growth Survey following this issue closely. Specifically, 58% of businesses stated that companies such as Uber should be allowed to operate in Ottawa, but new rules need to be introduced that create a level playing field between ride-sharing applications like Uber and taxi companies. Proposals that have been put forward for today's discussion may include elements that lead to a two-tier system that may not support the development of an integrated, well-positioned framework for a vehicle for hire system, one that meets the needs of the business community, our important tourism sector, and our local residents. Just look at the inequity inherent in mandating security cameras for one class of vehicle for hire, yet not for another. License fees, insurance coverage, and driver education could be put in a similar category. I mentioned the importance of our tourism sector, and you'll hear from the experts at Ottawa Tourism later today. But the Ottawa Chamber would hope that the vehicle for hire sector would follow that of the beverage, alcohol, and amateur sports sectors and others that have clearly demonstrated that education is critical. They pioneered online education that could be adopted by the vehicle for hire sector. In short, we do not believe that tourism education and customer service training should be optional, but we're clearly not supporting a rigid curriculum and format that disadvantages one sector over the other. I'd like to revisit the issue of the possibility of unintended consequences in terms of tax compliance. While this may be the constitutional responsibility of another order of government, the Ottawa business community strongly supports a system that reduces the regulatory, paper, and red tape burden put on businesses, but also supports a system that doesn't allow one class of business organization to benefit over another in terms of compliance. The recent 2016 Ontario and 2016 federal budgets were very clear on the need for tax fairness and a reduction of the underground economy. In conclusion, the Ottawa Chamber of Commerce, representing its membership, supports the move to a renewed regulatory and business framework for the vehicle for hire sector that is based on equity, with a commensurate reduction in the cumulative regulatory burden faced by businesses, and with a targeted approach to reducing the underground economy. We strongly support cooperative efforts to work towards building an ecosystem that will make Ottawa the most innovative and prosperous community in Canada. Thank you for allowing us to present this afternoon.
And thank you for your presentation, Mr. Ferris. Any questions? Seeing none, we'll move along to Chris Bradshaw, former owner of Virtue Car. Mr. Bradshaw will be followed by Brian Wade, Chair of the Accessibility Advisory Committee. Good afternoon, Mr. Bradshaw. You have 5 minutes. Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. I was just at the Transportation Committee yesterday, and it's interesting that the issue was congestion there. And it's a matter of, as well, the idea of how we can, pardon me, I lost part of my paper here. The various silos for transportation, as you know, at the city are spread quite a bit around. I sometimes appear at Transit Committee, sometimes at Transportation Committee. FedCo sometimes gets involved in an issue such as parking, and I was on the parking stakeholders consultation group for 4 years as well. What I really want to get at is that, yes, I am a person who helped start the sharing economy in Ottawa. In 2000, we started Virtue Car. I don't remember the car rental business coming to council and asking for protection, but we operated more by stealth. Small, organic growth model meant that we did not present a major threat to any industry at the beginning. In fact, we actually had a call from the zoning people at the planning department who wanted to make sure that we were not operating our business out of something that wasn't properly zoned for car rental. And we explained to them that car sharing does not involve having all our cars at one location, but has them scattered around, and we rent in parking spots and so forth. And the city actually became one of the organizations that rented parking to us. I wanted to especially stress the kinds of things that are coming. I think the report does a good job at dealing with what has happened up to now, but I don't think it realizes how disruptive the technologies are. And I think even Uber appreciates the fact that they could themselves be usurped by technologies that are coming. And I'll give you some examples. One is the autonomous automobile. We are in Ottawa, by the way, the Autonomous Automobile Centre of Excellence in Canada is in fact housed here, and they made a presentation just recently to the Canada North BIA group at an event there, and I followed this quite closely. When you have vehicles that can move around without a driver behind the wheel, we will truly have something you might call ride sharing, except there will be a particular, it won't be multiple persons in the car necessarily, unless we adopt a carpool model to go with that. So this is something very good for people that I work with, fellow seniors. We have an older drivers committee at the Council on Aging, and we are very much looking at how we can tell seniors how to adjust to the fact that they eventually either will voluntarily be cutting back on their driving as they lose confidence in their ability under certain circumstances, such as driving at night, driving on faster roads and so forth. But also, we want to show them how they can adjust once they do stop, or even partially stop. And we think that the taxi service and Uber are very good examples of that particular type of thing. But they don't, just like Virtue Car, don't tend to make an impact on commuting. The commuting trips tend to be made by transit and car, and those don't tend to make that much of an impact. I know the city planners in planning and transportation are very much focused on the commuting trip, and I think it's another issue that has to be looked at. When we talk about insurance, I think one of the major aspects that has to be looked at is that Uber provides, and I think it seems too much as a negative, part-time drivers. I think it's something that that the taxi industry has not addressed, and it's because of the regulatory model. It's not just the industry that's at fault, is that the price of the medallion or the plate goes up with time, and every driver is really expected to have it for 24 hours. Even those that have their one car, one plate, they will rent the thing out for the hours that they are sleeping if they can get some more money out of it. It forces the unit to try to the owner to try to use it as much as possible. There's really no way to work in the part-time driver. There's no way to bring in surge supply to meet surge demand. And I think that's something that Uber, it may not be their entire purpose because it seems like they're trying to fly below the radar, and it comes things like HST and perhaps also tapping a labor source that they don't have to worry about providing benefits to and so forth. But I would say that is something that the market has not adapted to, and I think is definitely needs to have it. If you talk about insurance, why should there be part-time insurance? Well, if you go out to my good friend Todd Littman, who's with the Victoria Transportation Institute in Victoria, BC, he's a very big fan of pay-as-you-go car insurance. Why should you pay the same amount for car insurance regardless of how much you drive? So there, you will log in, your car mileage is worked out, and it's prorated in terms of how much driving you do. So that's, I think, another thing that should be taken into account. In terms of seniors using the service, I don't know that seniors are that big a user of Uber services. I do know that...
Mr. Bradshaw, your time is up. Could you please wrap up? So
I'm just mentioning cell phones and apps, cash and accessibility are very important to us, and there was a concern that the Uber does pay into accessibility fund or provide the accessibility to their standards. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Duncan. Weathers, question for you, Councillor Shirley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to make sure, ask if the Speaker understood that the reason the city didn't go after him was that he wasn't breaking any of our laws. But do you understand that's what
it was open to interpretation, by the way. Even the right of getting a street permit for our cars, we argued that we were serving nearby residents and therefore we weren't a business. And yet that was something that we had to fuss over, and we ended up not using them in any on-street parking because of the difficulties of having to move a car during snowstorms.
I am pretty sure that our enforcement officers would have been after you if they thought you were breaking the law. So sadly, you must admit you weren't breaking the law.
Well, it's nice to know that. I'll go into the grave a little happier now.
Hey, Councillor Kakish.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Mr. Bradshaw. I know, as you pointed out, you're at Transportation Committee, and I think you bring a unique perspective because of your experience in the founding of Virtue Car and other ride-sharing experience. I know I've had a few chats with you, so I'm always interested in your perspective. And you're talking about in the presentation about the autonomous technology, and we actually had the CEO of Ford here this morning for the Mayor's Breakfast talking about that and how that's a few years away. So the technology's there, it's coming, it's fast and furious, and we have a responsibility to dealing with it as well. And I want to know, you touched a bit on the insurance piece and other pieces that are in the report, but what's your take in terms of the best way to move this forward to the compromise that can work for everyone? Where do you see the gaps in the report in terms of moving it forward?
I do find, Madam Chairman, that the process is very rushed right now. The report has been out in the public domain only for 7 days, and I made this argument to the committee when the older adults plan came through, and when it was tabled was also the final date that you were making decisions as to what that would contain. I have a fair background in public consultation, and as well I study human resentment, and we have a lot of it swirling around this room, as often happens. There's now a new book called The Politics of Resentment, by the way, that I haven't yet read. But I think that we do need to get a number of people with a number of different expertise and perspectives to sit around the same tables. I think that was started during the process before the report was written with KPMG, and I attended one of those sessions. And I think that it needs to get things out that we realize what is level and what is not level in terms of a playing field. That we were talking about treatment. That's a really important part of resentment. And we have to also acknowledge that many of the users have been resentful about some of the ways the service has come out from the taxi industry, and we're just waiting for something to come along, even though I think it's mostly younger people who have found the Uber model and they embrace their cell phones and so forth, smartphones, to do that. So we might talk about it later, but I think that getting some extra time and breathing room around this would be very valuable at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Bradshaw. I don't think it's been rushed, and I know the cabbies that are here too would probably feel that this hasn't been a rushed process, but you're right in terms of the release, and that's usually the protocol of how we do it. A week goes live a week before we go to committee. But, you know, again, I'm interested in your view if you think there are any quick, I know you may have not had the chance to read the whole report, but if there's any quick points that you'd like to make in terms of improving this and strengthening this report.
I guess I would say that it would be good to get, and this may be your IT committee, or it's a subcommittee of council involved, they dealt with the smart city, early stages of the smart city report. I think that much of what was talked today about data, the data-rich nature, there should be a lot more going into the system about what, how people use transportation. We don't really, there is an ecology of transportation, and people don't often realize that we need to look at that, including OC Transpo. I've pitched to them the idea that they should have a fare system that allows them to track not only when people get onto a bus, but when they get off the bus. That would give us a lot more rich data about what it's done. And Uber should be making much available in a way that doesn't violate personal privacy, obviously. Because we really, one of my models, which I started describing yesterday and get to today, is the idea that everyone who drives in the city, drives himself somewhere, should be able to have an app to pick up any hitchhikers along the way with the same type of security system which Uber touts as being something that is equal to what the camera is providing for the taxi industry. That we should, in fact, be able to, I foresee a time when we'll be booking our trips in our city and having the computer tell us what route we should take. But you need to track all of the routes in the city to do that particular type of thing. And we also need to reduce our car population. I think Uber and the taxi industry are both an important part of that.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Kakish. Anyone else? Okay. Seeing none, thank you, Mr. Bradshaw. And we'll move now to Brian Wade, Chair of the Accessibility Advisory Committee. And Mr. Wade will be followed by Waleed Najib Salika, taxi driver.
Thank you, Chair. I'm Brian Wade, and I'm joined today by a couple of members of the Accessibility Advisory Committee. To my left is Philip Tricot, and in the audience is Don Patterson and Guy DeRoche. We thank you for allowing us to express our views on the topic of regulating vehicles for hire in the City of Ottawa. The mandate of the Accessibility Advisory Committee is to fulfill the duties as outlined in the Accessibility for Ontarians with Disabilities Act. One of our main topics of interest is transportation. We strive to provide advice that will allow for an accessible and inclusive transportation system. We realize that the system is made up of many forms, including walking, cycling, public transportation, private vehicles, and the various vehicles for hire, each carrying its own accessibility concerns. We applaud city staff and the consultants for listening to residents' concerns and the resulting recommendations before us today. We see this as a start in creating an accessible and inclusive transportation system. Therefore, we agree with the following recommendations. To see requiring all drivers to provide mandatory annual police vulnerable sector records check, statement of driving record, and a Ministry of Transportation Safety Standards certificates. 3B, waiving accessible taxi driver licensing fee. 3F, eliminating the $1.50 credit card processing fee. 3J, expanding the regulated area to include the entire City of Ottawa, which my understanding is this will allow for 4 more accessible taxi plates into the system. 4A, establishing an auxiliary service category to address other service models, such as special seniors assistance services. And, of course, 5C, amend the Accessibility for Ontarians with Disabilities Act to include a reference to private transportation companies to ensure that appropriate accessible transportation requirements are mandated for these private transportation companies and to foster a more level playing field with taxi cabs and accessible taxi cabs already captured in the Act and its regulations. We encourage that all vehicle for hire services fully adopt the spirit of the AODA. Even though Ottawa currently has 187 accessible taxi plates, a number of low-floor buses, and specialized paratransport buses, one of the highest ratios in any Canadian jurisdiction, there are still areas where more can be done to make our system truly accessible and inclusive. We therefore recommend the following be applied to all vehicles for hire. Require all companies with more than 25 affiliated vehicles provide 15% or more of their hours of service in accessible vehicles. vehicles. Require all companies to contribute to an accessibility service support fund for as long as they fail to meet the 15% or more threshold of accessible vehicle service. Increase a company's contribution to the fund by 15% for each year that they fail to meet its requirements to provide the required percentage of accessible service. Prevent companies from downloading the cost of contributing to this fund onto the consumer. Require that all companies include features in their apps that will improve accessibility for blind, low vision, deaf, or hard of hearing persons. Require that taxis also improve accessibility for blind and low vision persons by making any new meters talking meters. At the conclusion of the trip, the meter will read out the total fare owing. And lastly, review existing accessible vehicle requirements to ensure that vehicle design continues to provide a safe and comfortable ride for users using mobility aids such as scooters and wheelchairs. If any of the recommendations discussed today are put into practice, we look forward to working with Council, City staff, and other stakeholders as per our mandate under the AODA in order to create an accessible and inclusive transportation system in the City of Ottawa. We challenge all vehicle-for-hire companies to agree to the bold statement that in order to offer transportation service in Ottawa, one must do so in an accessible and inclusive way. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wood. There is a question. Councillor Kadri.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you, Brian and Philip, for coming in today, and thank you for all of your work along with the other two members of the committee that are here on the accessibility issues in your committee. In terms of overall, what I'm getting from your comments is that you're pretty happy with the report or pretty satisfied with the report with some changes or adjustment that you're requesting.
Okay. Thank you. I think from what we've discussed, there are certain aspects of the report that we do support, and those we listed in the comments that Brian spoke about and that have been distributed to you. I would say that our main caveat and significant glaring concern is that the current proposal before you today would not require that private taxi or private transportation companies provide a certain level of accessible vehicle service. For us, that is kind of the glaring issue that we felt that if a new company is to come onto this market, and especially in this city where the City Council took a bold step of saying that all plates are going to be accessible, if our city is truly to be accessible by 2025, as Council has committed to, then it seems unfathomable to us that new companies would be allowed to provide services in this city without being required to do so at a certain percentage in inaccessible vehicles.
Thank you very much for that answer, but you know that going forward, as the report recommends, there are some conditions that the staff has put into it because of the concern that the city has with the accessibility issue. The other thing that we've talked about, I guess, the last couple of days, about long-term impacts of a ride-sharing company coming into a marketplace and having an effect on what we consider to be a very successful accessible taxi product. Would you have any comments on that?
Thank you, Councillor Kadri, and through the chair, I see accessibility as providing options. So providing other companies to come in to the market and provide service just provides more options for everyone. And of course, when we are referring to accessible vehicles, we're not always necessarily talking about the design vehicles for wheelchairs and scooters, mobilities, because for some people, a lower sedan may be more appropriate than having one of those specialized vehicles. So again, it's all about providing options. But again, overall, going back to your previous question, I do believe that this is a start to have a framework that we can work from and to make sure that we are truly having an inclusive and accessible system, because ideally that's what we are striving to reach, and to make sure that every part of the system is accessible and can be used by as many residents in the City of Ottawa or visitors as well. So I just want to add anything more?
If I could Follow up on that specifically, when KPMG did come to our committee at their earlier stages of reporting, one of the issues that was brought up by the representative is that the fact of operating an accessible vehicle means that for taxi drivers and for taxi companies, that accessible vehicle is just more expensive to run. And so one of the concerns that I would highlight is if in this new model, only certain sections of the private transportation sector are required to provide accessible rides, then there is perhaps a concern that that already higher cost of using an accessible vehicle could be exacerbated if they're now left to provide the only accessible services when another area of the system does not have that same burden.
Thank you very much, sir, for your response, and thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Kadri, and thank you to the delegation. We'll move along now to Walid Najib Salika. Not here? Okay, thank you. Moving on then to Marc-Andre Way from Capital Taxi, and Mr. Way will be followed by Paul Bendis.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, councillors. My name is Marc-Andre Way, Chief Operating Officer at Coventry Connections, owner of Capital Taxi, a company that was founded by my grandfather back in 1937. I'm the president of the Canadian Taxi Association, representing companies throughout Canada. I'm also on the board of directors of the International Taxi and Paratransit Limousine and Paratransit Association, representing major players in the ground transportation industry worldwide. I've been involved in the industry since the mid-'80s, and I've actually driven a cab for a few years while going through university. I've been involved in every major reform since the Andrew Hayden report. Our industry, over the last 15 years, has gone through reforms, and through previous council, we have redefined and improved bylaws and regulations to the point to see the documents that or the regulations that we follow today. Throughout those 15 years, lots of issues and lots of asks have been requested of our drivers and of the companies themselves. Today, we have a report that basically says we can loosen all those regulations, and that buyer beware is the new standard for safety, consumer protection, and accessibility. We have a report that does not level the playing field, but gives a company with an app a completely open playing field. A report that says that a company can give cash in lieu of following the Ontario Accessibility and Disability Act, while certainly will most certainly be challenged by certain individuals. The city should have the proper time to check on this approach and consider asking an entrant that wants to work in our city to stop working illegally until this issue and matters related to enforcement and powers enforcement be that the city has the time to request from the province the right dispensation needed in order to properly regulate the industry, as per the report as per indicated in our report. Our industry is not worried about competition as long as we're playing on the same field. Our industry realizes that the needs of the customers are paramount, and that, we'll be honest, our industry has not been very good at it for a few years. And we get that, and we realize that. Today, we are asking that you consider the 9 recommendations that we've presented to you. We have not said do not allow another entry, but we are asking you to, at a minimum, put us all on the same path. We are looking for the city to be involved at the most basic level in the ground transportation industry. Drivers need to register with the city and need to provide the proper documentation to the city. Vehicles need to be properly insured to carry passengers for compensation, and the insurance needs to be managed and controlled by the city. A simple insurance certificate should be provided to the city on a per-car basis, and that is not a huge hurdle to jump. Proper inspection of vehicles should be done by the city, and certificates should be presented to the city, same as the taxi industry. These are very simple rules to follow. Today you have an industry that has proven through the last 15 years that we're willing to change and is willing to evolve. We have app bookings. In fact, we have international app booking now. We work with international partners to better our services. We have sophisticated dispatch systems that have adopted dispatch rules that have been negotiated with our unions and our drivers. These rules have evolved throughout more than 15 years. I believe that when making a decision, we need to reflect on the impact that some recommendations before you are going to have on the taxi industry. The KPMG report is, in my humble opinion, lacking a proper understanding of the taxi industry and clearly is blinded by the fast-paced evolution of technology and the short-sighted influence of the gig economy. Competition is a good thing.
Mr. Ray, your time has expired. Can you please wrap up?
One very important player in our industry is the drivers and their families. Our drivers are long-term career drivers, not transient drivers, drivers who have been working and investing in the industry for more than 20 years. They are residents of our city. They have raised their families. They are sending their kids to college, university, contributing to our community. You have said that you want this service to continue and existing with viability. We implore you to take the right decision and think of all of those taxi drivers and taxi industry that have been supporting our city for many, many, many years. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ray. Don't go away. There are several questions for you, starting with Councillor Al Shantiri.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Way, for your not just for your presentation today, but also for being working together with the city in the past, especially the Taxi Advisor Committee, and we came a long way. Earlier today, I asked one question about the benefit of the camera in the vehicle. I'd like you to just give me your feeling about this, and also about the training, because before the training, whether training for the taxi or the training for accessibility, how we become evolved with the training. So if you can just comment on those 2 points, I would really appreciate it.
So when we discussed the camera, most of you were there, initially many of the industry stakeholders were not very keen on cameras in the cars.
I remember I was there.
I can tell you that today, not only are we keen, but we think it's imperative that a camera be in the car. It's imperative for multiple amount of reasons. It's a deterrent when it comes to violent actions in the car. It's a way to, as I believe Councillor Shirelli said, it's easy to identify the driver, it's easy to identify the passenger. What's difficult is what has happened within the vehicle. I can tell you that our staff have on numerous occasions assisted various organizations to help find a solution to either a crime or either identifying if someone actually went in a taxi from A to B and someone was missing. We see this as a very, very important tool in the industry, to the point where in fleets in other cities where we operate, and it's not part of the regulations, we still install our cameras because it has been proven through the advancements of the City of Ottawa that it is a useful tool. When it comes to courses, I remember when the course was a 2-day course given by a bylaw officer. That course evolved into a week, became 3 weeks and is now at 6 weeks. Why? Because we want to create drivers who are ambassadors of the city. We don't want transient drivers. We want representatives of our city who know the points of interest, know the quickest route, know how to deal with customer service issues, who are well aware of accessibility issues, and who are taking a course from a professional, hands-on, with demonstration and exercises that you actually, at the end of the course, feel as if you're comfortable in your position. You're not nervous when you get into the car and you start operating a taxi. Above and beyond that course, as a company, we also give them a half-day training course on the equipment that we have in our cars, so that when the drivers get into the car, they're very comfortable with what they're doing.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Silver.
Thank you, Councillor Shantiri. Councillor Egley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for coming out today. You bring kind of a unique perspective to the discussion because you've driven a cab, you're running a cab company, so you sort of get it from both sides. Keeping in mind that a lot of work has gone into this report, both through staff and KPMG consultations. So we have a framework, and so that framework at the end of the day is not going to be set aside in something brand new. However, having said that, I think there's a lot of interest around the table to making changes that could make the report better. So if you could pick one single thing in the report that you think needs to be changed, what would that be?
The one most important point, and it's actually point number one in our 9 points that we've distributed, is the fact that the drivers should register themselves with the City of Ottawa as per a taxi driver, should present all relevant documentation to the city, and the city should have a control of how many drivers are out there. It's all about being safe, and it's all about consumer protection.
So you're not satisfied that spot audits or spot checks by bylaw will be sufficient to make sure that the people who are driving the Uber cars have proper insurance and safety checks and everything else?
No, I'm not, Councillor. We, throughout the years, have had to build a staff of 5 to actually monitor. We duplicate what the city does as a company. And we have a staff of 5 that are constantly monitoring the changes in drivers, the drivers that bring in their new information, the new insurance, all of this information. It's a task. You need an office, and I didn't hear satisfactory comments that an office will be here. A technology company doesn't seem to think that that's important. But I can tell you that spot audits are going to be done. There's no frame around how those spot audits will occur, how the record keeping will be done. There's a lot of ambiguity around spot audits and letting a company self-police itself. I think that it's important that we know who the drivers are and that we make sure they have the vulnerable criminal background checks, that they submit a proper driver's abstract so we know that they're good drivers, bad drivers, they're insurable, not insurable, so on and so forth.
So the single biggest thing is you would like to see a more robust compliance approach in the report. You would want to see more control by the city, more access to the information. Is that, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but that's the single thing.
In a nutshell, that would be our first point, yes.
Okay, thank you for that. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Councillor Egley. Councillor Drews.
Thank you, Madam Chair, to you, and thank you very much, Mr. Andre, for being here today. Just a quick question. The PTC, this is not just, it's been here for 14 months, and I know we've seen it coming, and we're all around here in this room discussing this issue. In your experience, and it's your past history of being in this industry, what is your company doing at this point, or when when we saw this coming, what is the improvement, what is the tools that you have in your hand now to compete and to be able to work against the PTC. What I'm trying to achieve here, I know that the industry is changing. There is public demand in this. There is a lot of public support behind it, and sometimes we talk about it with your colleagues and the drivers, and they say it's a price-driven. Can you just distinguish a little bit? It's not only the price-driven, because obviously there is more than price in this issue right now we're discussing and we're talking. Could you just highlight a little bit what is you guys are trying to do to be able to compete on with this technology? Because as you know, technology is here, but we're trying to help you to making sure, like the chair said before, and when this report came out, we're trying to be creative. We're trying to think outside the box. How do you think we can proceed, and what do you think, to your knowledge, and what we can help you with, and give us a little highlight on what happened in the last year and a half?
So from a service delivery point of view, throughout the years we've improved the way in which we accept our calls. Traditionally it was strictly by telephone, where someone would call, give an address, it would be punched into a system and dispatched to our drivers. We now have a system where it's automatic voice recognition or IVR, where your telephone number, if you're calling frequently from an address, that a car is automatically dispatched without talking to someone. That's one. Second one is you can now text your address through our booking numbers, and an interaction starts to occur between the user and the company via text, and a taxi is sent. Very, very quick, very efficient. We have apps for each one of our fleets, which are, for example, a Capital Taxi app will send you a Capital Taxi, so on and so forth. A Blue Line app does the same. And our apps are, I must say, slightly more sophisticated than the Uber app, simply because we have to we're managing our drivers through a sophisticated dispatch system that has dispatch rules that have been created for 15 years. Some needs to change, and we agree with that, and we are in discussion with our drivers, but we respect the rules that are in place. Therefore, the app has to communicate through that system before it be sent to a car. We are now part of a group called eCab, which is an international app that is functioning through most of Europe, in Vancouver, Toronto, shortly in Montreal, shortly in Calgary, and much of the Asian countries. We're looking at, and we have a relationship with another app that's called GATA, which is similar to eCab, if you want. We have integrated Ride, which used to be Pound Taxi. If everyone remembers, you could press Pound Taxi and the taxi would show up. They've developed an app. We're now allowing them to pipe into our system. So we are evolving, and we are trying to adopt as many of those technologies to become competitive and to offer our customers that flexibility.
When did you start with this technology? How far ago? How couple months, 3 months, 1 year?
The apps, the texting portion has been roughly, let's say, 4 months, 5 months. The proprietary apps have been in the works. There's been various versions of those throughout the last year, about 1 year. eCab has just been recently launched. So as we're moving forward, we're introducing more of those types.
Have you seen increase in profit or in calls or in increasing taxi delivery?
We've seen some movement of customers from the traditional talking to the phone through moving to the app. We haven't seen as much of a take-up as we would want to have seen. People seem to still like to grab a telephone and talk to someone, is what we're seeing.
Within your expertise and you see how the industry is going and things, with the proposed report, do you think if whatever it's proposed and with the technology moving forward and you improving on what you have in your hand and the tools we're trying to help you to achieve and compete in the market, do you think you can keep moving in this direction, or that's not the case?
With the report itself, the way it is today, I would say that we are at a significant disadvantage. I think that the report needs to, at a minimum, consider our 9 points that we've presented to you. I think that the report should be seen as a report that is a live document, much like a collective agreement, that reviews should be pre-programmed so that in 6 months there's 6 months from whenever the council decides to implement these, that there's a sounding board and a sounding check done. And I don't think that it should only be done once, that something should be done on a regular basis so that the industry can actually come and discuss with the city the challenges, if there are some, or the benefits, or introduce new possibilities, because as we see now, the industry is being forced to get into this fast-paced changing model.
Thank you. I read the notes, and I know you guys sent us the 9, you highlighted the 9 issues you have, but if I ask you to right now to highlight the top 3 from that 9, because as much as you know, if we read that comment that you sent us, and if you read between the line those 9 comments, you're telling us no Uber, so may as well not. But give me the top 3 highlight that they are really considered as a risk to your industry.
The top 3, the first would be absolutely that the city manages the drivers and the driver licensing for all companies. The second one would be the insurance component, make sure that proper insurance is there, that we have no objection with the $5 million that's been presented. We're already at $5 million. That the city has a certificate per vehicle, and that so that would be the insurance component. The third one would be the vehicle inspection, and I think that it's imperative that these vehicles be inspected at a minimum once a year, like our taxis are and like the limousines are. The industry needs that. School buses are inspected, OC Transpo buses are inspected, ambulances are inspected. Those that are transferring public either for compensation or not, need that higher level of protection.
Thank you very much, Mr. Marc-André. That was great. And
thank you, Councillor DeRose. Councillor Fleury.
Bonjour Marc-André. Merci encore une fois pour ton professionnalisme puis ta disponibilité.
Thank you once again for being so professional and for being available over the past couple of weeks about this question. I know that this is a difficult time for you, and I'm glad to still have the opportunity of following up on our discussions. Now, I have a question with respect to one of our last discussions, in which you mentioned, we were talking about the age of the automobiles, we talked about the courses at Algonquin, for example. What are your intentions? Are you in favor of this idea? Despite the fact that the agreement might change, would you still, as an organization,